We are privileged to have such distinguished personalities among us who have significantly contributed to their respective fields and continue to inspire countless individuals worldwide. I would now request the President, Convener, and Co-Convener to kindly accompany the dignitaries on the stage as I call out their names. We welcome you, sir. Next, as we present the bouquet to Professor Hemant Kasan, President-elected International Water Association, let us also present our gratitude and respect for their valuable presence. Let us make this moment a memorable one with our enthusiastic applause. I request Professor K.N. Pate to kindly welcome Professor Hemant Kasan with a wonderful, lovely bouquet. Next, as the flowers are presented to Mr. Naren Maniam, who is the CEO, India Water Malaysia, by Mr. Basant Kumar Parida. Let us take a moment to appreciate the beauty and importance of flowers in our lives. We welcome you, sir. This This bouquet is more than just a beautiful arrangement of flowers. It is symbol of our gratitude and respect for you, sir. May I now call upon Mr. Subodh More to felicitate and welcome Mr. Subhash B. Bhujbar, President of India Water Works Association. It is through these small gestures of appreciation that we build a culture of respect and gratitude and inspire others to strive for excellence. Now I request Dr. D. Hanumantachari to kindly come upon the stage and felicitate Dr. Parag Sadgir, Director International, IWWA. I once again request Dr. D. Hanumantachari to felicitate and welcome Dr. Dayanand Panse, Director Utility, IWWA, with a floral bouquet. We welcome all of you to this international conference towards improved urban water for sustainable development in the global south. Ladies and gentlemen, light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of night, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. The lighting of lamp signifies the beginning of this auspicious event. As the flame illuminates the darkness, it serves as a reminder that education dispels ignorance and enlightens our lives. This is a symbolic moment where signifies the dispelling of darkness and igniting of thought and enlightenment. It's my honor to invite the dignitaries, accompanied with the members of IWWA, to do the honors. Asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrityorma amritam gamaya. So this is a formal way how we begin our auspicious events in India. And we pray to the Almighty to remove the darkness and bless us with light throughout our lives and in today's international conference. We pray to God to lead us from ignorance to truth, to lead us from darkness to light, and to lead us from death to deathlessness. All of us are witnessing the lamp lighting ceremony over here. So this light, this flame, it ignites the thought and enlightenment. It removes the darkness from our lives. And we have all the dignitaries who are lighting the lamp for this international conference towards improved urban water for sustainable development in the global south. Thank you so much. I request all the dignitaries to occupy their distinguished seats. What is water? Yes, it's the essence of life. We all know. It's a natural resource. We all know this. All of us want to be water, isn't it? It is so flexible, it is so soft. It looks very delicate, but it can hold up ships too. So it's very strong also. So yes, I now take pleasure in inviting the strongest pillar of today's conference, Dr. D.B. Panse, Honorable Director, Utility, IWWA, and Conference Convener, to kindly welcome the audience with his words.
Thank you. Very warm good morning to all of you. Respectable chief guest of today's function, Mr. Anush Kanwal. Guest of honor for today's function, Dr. Jairaj Phatak, Professor Hemant Kasan, Narendra Maniam from IWWA, our President, Mr. Bhujbal, and Director International, Dr. Parag Sadgir, and all the dignitaries of the dais and on the dais, respected past presidents and council members, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a good morning and welcome to the International Conference of Indian Water Works Association towards improved urban water for sustainable development in Global South. Thanks to each one of you and every one of you for being here together with us. I want to mention on behalf of myself and on behalf of everyone from IWWA that we feel extremely proud to be hosting this conference in Nashik with all of you in this historical city. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all who generously came forward to make this event a very big success. And without this wouldn't have been possible. Starting from 1968, IWWA conferences has become a long way, and we have completed 56 years of our journey. It has been an inspirational journey so far, started by our founder, late D.R. Bise. All those 36 centers and 12,000 odd members are witness to the strong growth of IWWA is doing. We had passed now this corona effect, and now we are having face-to-face conferences, and then virtual events are over. So it is good to be here, and then this is a fantastic experience for all of us to have the networking with all of you. I welcome you one and all. This conference is not exclusively only about a simple meeting throughout so many years, but it is a practical experience, like we are celebrating the individuals connect, learn, and reclaim with them a great deal of information and experiences of water in the world. Today we have Mr. Anush Kanwal, who is a commissioner from Command Area Development, Ministry of Jal Shakti, IWWA Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Narendra Maniam, and Professor Hemant Kasan from International Water Association, who will deliberate with their enriched thoughts and guide us upon new horizons in front of us and how to achieve our desired success and what the event will give us, all of us, to take away. So welcome you all, sirs, here. The speakers will address with their innovative research, and presenters will present the best practices and the case studies during the various technical sessions which are lined up in next 2 days. The heartfelt welcome to all the speakers and presenters for this conference. This is going to be a different presentation and activities that will make us this conference a good success. And we sincerely expect that none of us here will go home with questions or any second thoughts about giving us the opportunity to hold this conference. I heartily welcome all the speakers who have come from different countries and also from different states of the country. Respected council members also have gathered in big numbers, and we have international delegates, and a small exhibition is also there. And then welcome to all the utility members, that is local urban body members, and then of course the MJP engineers. I am glad to welcome the spouses and invitees for this event, and I warmly welcome the press and media as well, who is here to cover this event. Once again, thank you for coming for this conference. Welcome to all of you, and let us have a strong interaction during these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure all of us are going to benefit with this wonderful international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to call upon Engineer S.B. Bhujbal, President IWWA and Conference Chairman, to kindly come ahead and address the audience.
Mr. Jivan Thondaman, Honorable Minister, Minister of Water Supply and State Infrastructure Development, Sri Lanka, who is available online. Chief guest of today's program, Mr. Anuj Kanwal, Commissioner, CADWM and BWM, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India. Guest of honor, Mr. Jairaj Phatak sir, DG, All India Institute of Local Self-Government. Honorable Vice President Sri Mathia Laganji. International guests, Mr. Narayan Maniam, CEO Inda Water, Malaysia, and Mr. Hemant Kasan, President-elect, International Water Association. Dr. Dayanand Panse, convener of the conference and also Director Utility, IWWA. Dr. Parag Satkir, co-convener of the conference and Director International, IWWA. Dignitaries on the dais, respected past presidents, respected council members, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm good morning. At the outset, I extend my wholehearted welcome on my behalf and also on behalf of IWWA to our chief guest, Sri Anul Kanwal sir, who has kindly consented to be with us on this occasion, the International Conference of IWWA. I warmly welcome all guests of honor, Mr. Manian, Mr. Kasan, Jairaj Phatak sir, fellow delegates, exhibitors, all the international delegates, speakers and spouses in the religious city of Nashik. I express my deep gratitude to Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, the Water Supply and Sanitation Department, Government of Maharashtra, Maharashtra Jivam Pradhikaran, Mitra, All India Institute of Local Self-Governments, EcoSan Services Foundation, and all the companies, organizations who have wholeheartedly supported this event, which has enabled us to organize this international conference. A very special welcome to young and aspirant water professionals who have come from other countries, many states of India, and across in a big number. Warm welcome to all the council members and members of IWWA. It's my privilege to speak in front of you as a president of IWWA. IWWA is a fast growing across the country through its 36 centers, having a strong membership of 12,300 plus. IWWA has a strong presence of professionals from different sectoral groups, working under one umbrella, focusing on water supply and issues related to it for domestic, industrial, agriculture uses and treatments and disposal of wastewater spread all over the country and abroad. IWWA focuses mainly on the entire water cycle, encompassing the environmental, social, institutional, and financial issues. IWWA also disseminates the knowledge by preparing and publishing handbooks, guidelines, manuals, and documents useful for the public and professionals on various topics related to the water and wastewater sector. In order to meet its objective, IWWA aims to bring all the professionals connected with water and wastewater sector on one platform to exchange their experience, views, and knowledge, and to arrive at a common opinion on subject related to water management solutions to make our cities better planned and smarter. Water is a vital resource that sustains life and support economic development. However, access to clean water and safe water, its management remains a significant challenge in many parts of the world, particularly in the global south. That is why Indian Water Association, IWWA, envisioned to host an international conference at Nashik on 24th and 25th November 2023 in association with Nashik Municipal Corporation, Mitra, that is Maharashtra Environmental Engineering Research and Training Academy, which is a pioneering water supply and sanitation training institute located in Maharashtra with a strong focus on information and knowledge management. The conference is supported by Maharashtra Jivam Pradhikaran, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Maharashtra Urban Washes Coalition, All India Institute of Local Self-Governments, and Recuse Mumbai. The theme of the conference is towards improved urban water for sustainable development in global south. a series of technical sessions focusing on 9 sub-themes will dwell into different facets of the water and sanitation sector. The sub-themes around which discussion will be focused are water for life, addressing the global water crisis together, empowering the water infrastructure and utilities, water conservation and demand management, water governance and policy, wastewater management and resource recovery, climate change adaptation and resilience, innovation, technology and capacity building, socio-economic aspects of water management, circular economy approaches in water system. The experts from various fields are here to discuss and share their knowledge about water utilities in developing countries, the challenges and opportunities faced by water utilities systems in global south are expected to be discussed, exploring solutions to improving water management, sharing the success stories of water system, and examining the impact of climate change on water utilities. During the conference, attendees can expect to learn about various key aspects such as sustainable water management, innovative technologies, financing mechanisms, and governance models. The conference will feature keynote speeches, discussions, and interactive sessions with speakers from various countries of Global South, such as Malaysia, Sri Lanka, South Africa, Nepal, Thailand, Bangladesh, and India. Speakers from France and Australia are also participating. That will provide attendees with valuable insights into the latest trends and best practices in water utility sector. It is heartening to have participation from diverse range of stakeholders, such as government organizations, industry leaders, policymakers, experts from R&D and academic institutes, administrators, water supply authorities, non-government organizations, and community representatives. The expected outcome of fostering collaborations, knowledge sharing, exploring innovative solutions, improving water management practices, promoting sustainability, and creating actionable strategies for implementation will be striving to be achieved. We will discuss on climate change, which is very foremost priority of all the ULBs. Now, since we all are experiencing droughts, wet spells, flooding, cloudbursts, and disasters which call for 24/7 preparedness. Population growth, rapid urbanization is another major worry. The global urban population would be 50% soon. However, one very disturbing fact is that it is happening in only 3% of the global mass. It poses a serious challenge for urban planners in the planning of infrastructure facilities. An important infrastructure is water and sanitation infrastructure. We have to plan for it, keeping in mind the sustainability aspect. Economically viable, technically suitable, locally acceptable, and environmentally suitable. This leads us to the necessity of sustainable management to ensure that it is for all and no one is left behind. Though this conference has been conceived and planned by IWWA independently, this should not be a mere coincidence that we are starting a deliberation on concerns, interests, and priorities of the water sector that affect developing countries within a week of the second Voice of Global South Summit hosted by India virtually just last Friday. With an ambitious programs like Jal Jeevan Mission and Amrut, India is marching ahead in bridging the gap. Har Ghar Jal, water connection to every household, is a mantra of the moment of every water engineer of this nation. It is a great initiative by Honorable Prime Minister of India. Most of the delegates present here are part of this mission, may it be government engineers, PMCs, contractors, manufacturers, testing labs, or even academicians, all working shoulder to shoulder to make this mantra a reality. Government is making investment to the tune of rupees 8 lakh crore in the Jal Jeevan mission. This is an unprecedented investment in the rural water sector by any Indian government till date. I am confident that at the end of this mission, we will see radical change in the life of citizens of rural India. In order to carry forward the objective of universal coverage of water supply from 500 cities covered under Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, means AMRUT, to all the saturated towns across the country, AMRUT 2 has been launched in October 2021 by Government of India. It focuses on making the cities self-reliant and water secure and providing universal coverage of sewage and septic management in the cities. As the name suggests, this program, with investment around 1.3 lakh crore, is instrumental in bringing rapid transformation in water and wastewater sector in urban Indian towns and cities. I hope in this conference we will have fruitful deliberations. Once again, warm welcome and thank you for being here in large numbers. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Keeping in mind the water concerns in the future, especially of the global south, today's conference is indeed the need of the hour, and it is certainly going to help us all, rightly. You have certainly enlightened minds with your vast knowledge and wisdom and have left an indelible mark and inspired the audience. We are privileged to have such distinguished personalities among us who have significantly contributed to their respective fields and continue to inspire countless individuals worldwide. I now request the international guest, Mr. Naren Manyam, CEO, Inda Water Malaysia, to kindly address the audience with his invaluable ideas and thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the Honorable Minister, Mr. Jeevan Tondaman, is online virtually. Good morning, Mr. Subhash. Thank you for inviting me and my fellow colleagues from India Water Consortium. Mr. Anuj Kanwal, the Commissioner from Department of Water Resources, and fellow friends who are with me in front today. Basically, India Water Consortium is a national sewerage company from Malaysia. We operate the entire peninsula of Malaysia, managing close to 7,500 sewage treatment plants. With a span of, we have a total customer span of 5 million customers, meaning that it's all, not population, but 5 million properties that we manage. So with 7,500 treatment plants, on a day-to-day basis, we manage 21,000 kilometers of sewer pipes, more than 1,500 network pump stations. Now, recently, the company, being a Ministry of Finance incorporated, we have gone into aggressively on putting forward a lot of circular economy initiative. We started water recycling. From the 7,500 treatment plants, we produce 300 tons of dewatered sludge. What do we do with the sludge? We have come up with a master plan, and I'm happy to share with you that we are producing fertilizers. And we got approval to even use it for crop and non-crop as well. Now, apart from the water recycling, the sludge reuse, we have also embarked into biogas and many other green initiatives that I'll be happy to share with you in the keynote address later part today. Now, let this be a 2 days interaction, positive interaction between all parties. I'm happy to share the experience that we have, the challenges that we face, and how we overcome these challenges. And because we all have the similar culture. We all come from Southeast Asia, and the challenges we go through is almost similar. For example, tariff adjustment. It's not easy to get tariff adjustment. It's all political driven. So how do we manage that? How the company in Malaysia managed that to overcome, to obtain approval from the government agencies and to manage politicians as well, because it's not an easy journey. And yeah, I'll share with you later today and look forward towards having a positive discussion. So since I have only 5 minutes, I'll end my introductory speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All of us are eagerly waiting for your keynote speech in the forthcoming sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the international guest, Professor Hemant Kassin. I invite you, sir, to share few astounding words with the listeners here with your brilliant address.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Much appreciated. Namaste. Good morning to all dignitaries, delegates, and colleagues. Some very good friends here, sitting here. Thank you very much. Good to be here. I should say to you that today I stand here before you as quite a humbled and proud Indian. Born in Africa, with deep roots in India. I think what you don't know is that my grandparents were from Gujarat, and my dad spent his formative years in Gujarat before moving to South Africa. So I'm a South African-born Indian, of Indian descent, Gujarati speaking. So I'm really delighted to be here and grateful for the Indian Waterworks Association for inviting me to join you at this very prestigious event. We are looking forward to exchanging views, co-creating solutions with you towards improving water and sanitation in India for every Indian. My own background, in summary, is I started as an academic, created a center of excellence in South Africa, which still exists today, some 40 years later. And I also spent 22 years at the largest water utility in the African continent, serving 16 million people with water, 24 hours a day, WHO quality water, uninterrupted supply at lowest cost. Now, whilst lighting the diva, my affirmation and request to the higher force was that every Indian in this country must have the right to clean water and proper sanitation. After all, water is life and sanitation is dignity. We cannot rest until that challenge has been overcome. I was excited to see that India was capable of reaching the moon, but I still live with a touch of disappointment that we have not conquered the water and sanitation challenge for our people on a daily basis. So at this point, I want to thank you for the opportunity of being here and look forward to engaging with you. And we have my colleague with me here, Dr. Prasanna, who is responsible for this region from the IWWA. So we are really excited to be here. I will provide a keynote address later. We will talk more about the nuts and bolts of water and sanitation and look forward to some positive outcomes of this event so we can all go back to our utilities and make a difference to the lives of people on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And as you have rightly said that, yes, we have reached the moon, but yes, safe and clean water is still a concern for all of us. But such international conferences will definitely help us. Like maybe this is the step towards it, sir. Thank you so much. Now, after this, it gives me immense pleasure to request our guest, Mr. Jairaj Phatak, IAS retired, Director General and Secretary, All India LSG. We are truly honored to have your presence here, sir, today, and we are thrilled to have you share your thoughts with us. I request Mr. Jairaj Phatak for his kind words.
Thank you very much. Honored guests on the dais, many of whom are from international community, and ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to come here for this IWWA function. Our institute, All India Institute of Local Self-Government, is an association of municipalities in India. But apart from this, we are also Government of India's regional center for urban and environmental studies. So Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, MOHUA, has 5 centers throughout the country for imparting training pertaining to urban programs, and we are the center for Western India. So in that sense, we are associated with the government directly. As far as municipalities are concerned, it is only in western states, Maharashtra, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, that they are directly handling water supply and sewerage. But as far as RCUS is concerned, the environmental studies part, apart from sanitation, water supply is a very, very important component. I am happy that this conference has been named as towards improved urban water for sustainable goals in Global South. We have not used the word third world, but Global South, because third world was more a political connotation, while Global South indicates that perhaps we don't have the same kind of resources and money as the Global North. So in our limited resources, we have to attain the sustainable goals, which is in a way challenging, but it will also be fulfilling. My first association in my service with water supply started when I was Chief Executive Officer, Jilla Parishad Nagpur, handling the rural water supply. At that time, the GSDA, Groundwater Survey and Development Agency, and the bore wells, in Maharashtra we don't have that many tube wells, we have bore wells, because ours is a rocky terrain. And fitting of bore well pumps was the easiest or low cost solution, while pipe water supply was considered at that time in India a relatively high cost solution. So only villages which could not get assured water supply through groundwater were to be taken up for pipe water supply scheme, and there was a committee under my chairmanship to select such villages. In fact, we had tried to rationalize that only the villages which get supply by tanker at least 2 months in a year should be given priority, because the politicians many times would try to start a tanker at least for a week so that their village can get priority for pipe water supply, because pipe water supply is something which changed the condition of the rural woman completely. Earlier she had to bring water on the head, sometimes kilometers and miles in distance. Pipe water supply in village ensured that the ladies didn't have to walk long distances just to bring water. And our next step, pipe water supply in each household, is going to be a major step in making our country much more better to live in. Then I was posted as Municipal Commissioner of Pimpri Chinchwad Corporation about 35 years back, Municipal Commissioner Navi Mumbai Corporation 28 years back, and Municipal Commissioner Mumbai Corporation 15 years back. So in all these jobs, water supply was a very, very important part, because they were all growing cities. In Mumbai, I found that if I analyze the Mumbai Municipal Corporation budget, the largest expenditure, 19% in that time, was on water supply and sewerage. Mumbai Corporation has a separate budget called G budget, which ensures that water supply does not get cross-subsidized through other incomes. So it becomes self-sustainable. Now, as far as urban water is now concerned, it is now taken for granted that it will be piped and treated water. But it is only in Western India that the municipalities are doing it. At other places, there are state-level water supply boards, in Maharashtra Jivan Pradhikaran, or named environmental engineering departments, which deal with pipe water supply and sometimes even supervision over the groundwater. Now the largest cities, sewerage has to be accompanied by water supply, because if the water is coming in the town, it has to be scientifically taken out. But even here in Maharashtra, which is arguably the leading state in this respect, only 50% of the municipal corporations and 10% of the councils have sewerage. Even in Mumbai, we can have only 60% sewerage, 65% sewerage, because the slums, it is very difficult to lay the sewage lines. That is how in this present decade, Government of India has realized that FSSM, the septage management, is perhaps more important than sewerage management, at least in the non-municipal corporation areas. Then another question which I am sure will be debated here is whether 24/7 is really necessary. Because my young colleague Mr. Velarasu, who is additional municipal commissioner in BMC, he is of the opinion Mumbai it is very difficult to have 24/7 because there are 7 islands which were at different elevations and in between the areas have been reclaimed. So Mr. Velarasu says that in case you want 24/7 you have to have all the pipes full of water all 24 hours. Now as long as the societies have an overhead tank and the water is there available to the citizen every time, is it really necessary? Perhaps the flatter cities and also smaller cities, it is easier to have 24/7. But even in Nagpur, with the help of French company Veolia, only a few wards could get 24/7. Then second challenge before urban bodies is that the operating cost should be fully recovered. But only Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai and Bangalore are close slightly more or recovery of operating costs. Calcutta recovered only 15% of the operating costs. Then the water has to be recycled. It may not be immediately necessary in all cities, but many cities in India need recycling. Now only 20% water is recycled in Surat and Bangalore. In other cities even less. Surat, Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, they are able to recover full costs by selling treated water to industry. So there is a necessarily cross subsidy. In India, in our income condition, food and water are the most important things. Food has to be, at least for the poor, has to be subsidized by the government directly. It is not possible to have cross subsidy. But water, which is through the local bodies, can be cross subsidized, although all corporations are not really ready to take that bitter decision. So they become big defaulters to the state electricity boards, and nevertheless water is something for which the electricity boards cannot cut off the power there. Then real sewage collection will be possible only with closed drains. Only Chennai has about 70% closed drains and Pune, Surat and Gurgaon are nearby. If the drains are not closed, all dirt from outside is going to go to the drains. Pipe water supply in every house is still less than only 10%. Then we often talk of treated water as well as desalination. But in Indian conditions, sometimes it is more expensive to treat the water. Like Mumbai gets water by gravity. The treated water, Mumbai cost comes to rupees 24 per kiloliter. Desalination is about 50 per kiloliter, while Gujarat is selling Narmada water after transporting it for 100 kilometers to Diu at only 18 rupees per kiloliter. So transporting river water even over long distances proves cheaper than recycling or that is treating or desalination. Singapore, it became necessary to recycle because they had to buy from Malaysia. And Malaysia, which is a much more powerful country, they increased the price of the water and Singapore had no choice but to recycle more and more water. But in India, in cities like Mumbai, where water is coming by gravity, perhaps there is no need immediately to recycle water, but in cities like Chennai and other places there is. So we have to find out most cost-effective solutions. Now circular economy, a word coined by Walter Staffel, is today something which is always talked about. As I see, water, waste, plastics and trees are the 4 areas in which recycling becomes necessary. Chennai in Maharashtra, where Telugu Ganga project, they have to transport water by long distance. They are somewhat ahead compared to other cities in India. Now I must finally conclude by saying, it is a quotation by Milton Friedman, that a capitalist society would try to give equality of right and equality of opportunity. But there cannot be equality of wealth. And just like there cannot be equality of wealth, there cannot be equality of water given to each consumer. The richer people will continue to consume more water. So we have to realize water is a price community. And rich will have to cross-subsidize the poor, and perhaps the water pricing will have to be regressive. In the rich will have to pay much more, or progressive means the price will have to be more for higher consumption. But perfect equality seems to be very difficult. Thank you very much for inviting me and sharing my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Of course, we have concerns like improper sewage, wastage of water, and many others. But instead of just talking about these concerns and challenges, we appreciate that the way you have suggested solutions like recycling, treating water, harvesting, and thrown some light on cost-effective solutions. Thank you very much, sir. After this, let us now move ahead towards a very significant part of today's conference. Yes, I deem it a great privilege to welcome our chief guest for today, Mr. Anuj Kanwal, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Commissioner, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India, to kindly address the audience.
Thank you. Thank you to IWWA for inviting me here, and thank you to Nashik to host me here. First of all, good morning to all of you, and a very warm welcome to all water conscious minds sitting right here in the audience, as well as the respected dignitaries on the dais. You see, I am from Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. And I will be talking more on policies, issues, and more on single water source. We are not connected with utilities. We are not connected with plumbing. We are not connected with irrigation. We are not connected with power. We are connected with everything. So we take the water as one water. So that water has to be seen, and that has to be understood by all of us before we comprehend the various sub-themes of this conference. Can I have a? I think I need to talk to you with pictures and some good facts so that it becomes understandable to each of us that what exactly is the situation now in India as well as from the global south. Yeah, okay. So, I am Anuj Kanwal. I work as Commissioner, Command Area Development and Water Management, and an upcoming institutions called Bureau of Water Use Efficiencies. That has become, why this efficiency paradigm has gained importance, I want to stress upon in this gathering. Next. So, we will not go anything outside the India. This is Shimla, summer 2018. This was water crisis. This was a day zero of India. This is a scene which we have, whatever efforts we are making through our various schemes last 70 years, we are experiencing the same day zeros in our cities in some pockets. So this day zero has to be understood. Day zero means there is no water. In our cities like Nashik, we will be having some areas where there is no water. There may be having taps, but the water is missing. So we have to think upon the day zero scenario in a whole perspective, because there are 4 principles. We have to understand that water is a valuable entity, what is a finite entity, what is a shared entity, and water is not renewable by on itself. We have to put money, energy, and efforts to make it a renewable source. So we talk about renewability of water, but we forget that it costs a lot. We have to put in those factors into account. Next, please. This is our whole basin, whole India situation. You will be amazed to see that we have got Falkenman index, which indicates the water stress area. The water stress comes at 1700 meter cube per year, and then water scarcity come at 1000 meter cube per year. So this is the situation under fire. We have fights between users of different sectors. Where industry is objecting to the farmer, the power sector is demanding more water from the cities. So we have got all those red zones where the stress is extremely high. And overall, 54% of our Indian water state is in water stress situation. Next, please. Now, National Commission on Integrated Water Resources Development in 1999. This was a study which we are now going to revise now. Our ministry constituted one expert panel in which we forecasted our demands, but somehow these demands have matched. I mean, in 2010 they projected that our demands in India will be, domestic will be 43, industry and 56, irrigation will be 557. In 2025, today's time, they projected it as 62 BCM, but we are still at 50 BCM because there is paucity of water. Not because the demand has not increased. The demand is there, but the water is not there. For industry and power, again, the demand is 100 BCM. That's all right. Central Electricity Authority has already projected it. But we are supplying only 60 BCM water for the power sector. For irrigation, the demand was projected as 611 BCM, but we are using 650 BCM currently in India. So the whole matrix indicate that we have to shift some areas of irrigation water to other areas. And this is what the whole overall thinking is. I look after modernization of command areas, modernization of irrigation systems. I look after water savings in irrigation. क्योंकि पानी फसल को चाहिए, मिट्टी को नहीं. और किसान को ये समझाना बहुत ज़रूरी है. और इसलिए हम वहाँ से पानी निकाल कर डोमेस्टिक और पावर सेक्टर को मजबूत करना चाहते हैं. To understand it, what is the difference between a developed economy and a underdeveloped economy? You have to see, when we were analyzing our Viksit Bharat perspective for water for 2047, I found a very remarkable difference, that only water makes a country a developed or an underdeveloped country. In developed country, the demand for industry and power is very high. And in underdeveloped countries, the demand and the use for water, for irrigation is very high. So in case we want to go to a developed country, we need to change the water metrics, the whole parameter of water use. Next, please. So this is the situation where we are. We have got 1137 BCM of water in our Indian, which is water asset to us, which is utilizable. And then we have 813 BCM is our current demand, and 843 BCM is our likely demand in next 2-3 years. And by 2050, we are already in the water stress or what negative zone. So again, the factors you can apply for temporal variations and climate change to this. So we will have a very deplorable state of affairs until unless we do something right now. Next, please. Now this is the groundwater situation. Groundwater is that we have got some replenishable and groundwater blocks in blue. And in red zones, these are all overexploited zones. Now overexploited zones, we have got in Rajasthan, in Gujarat, in Karnataka, and south in some part in Tamil Nadu, and all over. So this is increasing. This is not decreasing. The point is that we have got around 240 BCM of utilizable groundwater, which is tapped fully for irrigation and for the domestic sector. Around 10 BCM of that water is used by domestic sector, and around 230 BCM is used by irrigation. So we have to see our dependence, in spite of our rich water resources on surface water, which is available in rivers and through our rain, we are still dependent on groundwater. So this is another challenge. We need to get ourselves out of this groundwater syndrome and create some facilities where surface waters are used fully. Next, please. just to highlight this fact that irrigation in India is mostly rain-fed. The irrigated area is only 71 of the half of whatever is the total irrigated area. And out of that, 40% is being used by surface water and 60% by groundwater. Now this is another, our dependency of irrigation on groundwater. This is another challenge, and this is what my work is. What I am going to do is to reverse this phenomena, to increase our share to surface water and to give this water back to other sectors. Next, please. Now, we have got some groundwater-based green revolutions in India, which is, example I quote is Saudi Arabia, where Saudi Arabia, you know, it was one of the, at one time, 1999, 2000, it was one of the largest exporter of the wheat in the world. So when they realized that they have exploited all their groundwater, they stopped it. Now they are the largest importer of the wheat. So that situation cannot be engaged in India. Next, please. Next. So handling water stress is different in different perspectives. This is Cape Town airport, which says on your exit you get to see this, spend water wisely. There are advisories. And in Algeria, we have got water police. So these are two different perspectives, two different approaches. One is advisory and one is coercive. So these two approaches has to be seen and has to be applied simultaneously or alternatively. Next, please. So here comes the efficiency. Here comes the efficiency part. Why we require efficiency? We require efficiency in the whole this conference. We want everyone to be efficient on time. So efficiency is inbuilt in our mind. And that is the route to the excellence. More efficient you are, the more economical you may be. The more overall total cost of ownership you may be having. The more excellent and effective you will be. Next, please. The water use efficiency for starts with water availability. If the water is supplied in too high amount, then there is no water saving effort. And we get a poor water use efficiency and water stress. So the whole thing is, we have to, as rightly pointed out by my previous speakers, that water tariff and water pricing is a tool to control water availability. It is a tool to impress upon a water use efficiency syndrome in the whole system. Next, please. The water use efficiency funnel starts with water availability, with the pricing as an instrument for making or not making available the water. Then we have the meterings, the auditing, the data analysis, then standardization, and then if we are inefficient, we have to work on a penalty system. So this is the water use efficiency funnel. Next, please. Again, we have been talking about sustainability principles, circularity of economy, and we have got around 72,368 MLD water, which is the recent figure issued by CPCB. Out of that is 31,841 MLD is treated, so there's a huge gap. But still, from water use perspective, from a water user perspective, we have to understand that this makes a 12 BCM. And this 12 BCM can be used by domestic sector. This 12 BCM can be used by irrigated areas where more rain-fed areas can be given to irrigation water. So we have to think. My request to all of you is to see the whole water as one water. We can't sit in silos that, look, we are managing our utilities. We don't engage in irrigation. We don't engage with power sector. So we have, until the change process in your thoughts comes, this approach and this whole thing cannot be achieved. Utilities may be working its own pace. They may or may not be matching with the other requirements. This has actually happened why the irrigation sector has become the major user. Because domestic sector has never been very demanding. Now demands are coming. We have been getting some good conscious responses from the industries also, and we are thinking on that aspect. Next. So the new source of water is basically a reclaimed water and a water use efficiency, saved water. If we apply our water use efficiency, now what you may be thinking about, okay, what is this water use efficiency? Water use efficiency is basically the water which is supplied and what has been effectively used. That is basically efficiency. This neutral figure, it has no dimensions. So when we apply a water use efficiency in a system, in India we have assessed that by saving of creating efficiency systems in our irrigation, in our domestic and in power, all sectors, we can save around 100 BCM of water. So 100 BCM is a good amount of water. Please try to appreciate that what is 100 BCM. Our current demand in domestic sector is 45 BCM. Our current demand in power sector is around 55 BCM. So 100 BCM we can easily save in next 10 years by simple efforts. And for that purpose, utilities, consumers, end consumers, and domestic sector, companies, irrigation sector and power sector has to come forward and to treat the water in one unison manner. Next, please. So efficiency has to be seen as in 4 pillars. I call it as 4 pillars. One is institutions, one is accounting, infrastructure, and then we have got on-farm management for irrigation sector and on-system management for utilities, where we have to bring efficiency in our utilities. Since most of you are from utility sector, I may be addressing some of the issues here right now. Next, please. So this is our Viksit Bharat vision, which our ministry now thinks is that adequate water supply and no water deficient and erratic durations till 2047. It should be enabled for future growth, future generations, future entrepreneurs. It should ensure water quality and environmental flows. We should have a circulatory and recycled approach in our systems and water use efficiency inbuilt in our systems, so that we can deliver on the sustainable goals. Next, please. So water use efficiency is a new source of water. This is what we in the Ministry of Jal Shakti are now thinking and working in this direction, that we have to bring more better crops with less water consumptions, producing more food for us for our coming generations. Then for domestic water, building resilience to cope with droughts and no water situations, preventing us from achieving a day zero status. And for industrial water, we need to apply new clean and efficient technologies that protect the environment. Now, this is the whole paradigm, that water cycle is the life cycle. We have to understand that the water cycle has to be respected, the 4 principles which I stated earlier. Until unless we do it, until unless we apply efficiency, until unless we can't achieve anything. We may be saying many things. We have been saying so many things for the last 70 years. We have been doing a lot of things, but situation is not good. We have not been able to do it. Why? A deep introspective analysis is required. The last 70 years analysis work should not be repeated in the next 10 years. we can't repeat those mistakes. So the whole perspective of my speech with you is today to, since you will be deliberating on many issues, various sub-themes, but if you keep water use efficiency in the mind, you may be able to give your own ideas, your thoughts to how India has to become a water sustainable country. Despite our rich water resources, we still don't have 24/7 supply. Mr. Pathak said that it's not required, but I say it is definitely required because energy cost is very high. Central Electricity Authority says that 65% of our electricity in India is consumed by pumping. Now pumping in our homes, pumping in our treatment plants, pumping for our irrigation sector, pumping in our industries. So this huge electric consumption has to be cut down to make it good green economy for us. So we have to see overall change of thought process. So this is the whole idea of my understanding. Next, please. So just to give an insight what we are doing now, we are now having water use. We are trying to create a particum in next 2-3 years. This institution will be ready. We have worked on that, which works. A Bureau of Water Use Efficiency is being established under Ministry of Jal Shakti to look after all these perspectives, to have a regulatory approach, to have technical demand standardization approach. Then we have communication, capacity building approach, and economical and financial disinvestment aspects. Next. Recently, we have just concluded our task, a task force was constituted, and this is a report which everybody can have it and download it from our website. This is a very good analysis of our current water situation. I was the member secretary for this, and we consulted around 150 professionals from all aspects of water consumers and water users. And we have deliberated our approaches for next 10 years, where we stand today. So you can go through this and have a look on that. Next, please. Oh, okay. So I thank you all for this, and I request that all this sessions of this conference may be successful and may deliberate the point which has been left out, I think. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening speech. It is actually an alarming situation, and the unmindful wastage of clean water is one of the serious threats of our near future. We keep saying save water, save life, but I think we should stop preaching and start practicing, because it is said that thousands can live without love, but nobody can live without water. I believe this conference is certainly going to help us all to improve the water use efficiency. As water is the driving source of nature and the whole world, let us respect water more and use it more wisely. Let us now move ahead towards the very significant part of today's conference, the moment of glory. Let me take this opportunity to request all the dignitaries to unveil the souvenir. So all of us are witnessing the unveiling of the souvenir. Very hearty thanks to all the wonderful people who have assembled here to witness this grand unveiling today at the International Conference on towards improved water urban water for sustainable development in the global south. Thank you, all of you. Rachel Carson has said, in an age when man has forgotten his origins and is blind even to his most essential needs for survival, thank you, ma'am. After this, I request Professor K.N. Pate to kindly ascend the stage and present this memento to Professor Hemant Kassan, President-elected International Water Association. Now I request Mr. Basant Kumar Parida to felicitate Mr. Naren Manyam, CEO IWWA Malaysia. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Subodh More to kindly come upon the stage and felicitate the President, IWWA, Mr. Subhash B. Bhujbal. I request Mr. Komal Prasad to kindly ascend on the stage and present a memento to Director Utility IWWA, Dr. Dayanand Panse. Thank you. May I now call upon Dr. D. Hanumantachari to present a memento to Dr. Parag Sadgir, Director International, IWWA. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are truly and highly obliged to have all of you over here. And after this, Mr. Naren Manyam, CEO IWWA Malaysia, wants to present books to the dignitaries here. So, yes, book on water and sewerage management in Malaysia. Thank you, sir, for this kind gesture. Thank you. And now we come to the concluding part of this part of the conference. I request Director International, IWWA, Dr. Parag Sadgir, to please come ahead and propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you. First of all, I'm thankful to all the dignitaries that they have come from these longer distance and attended this particular function. And the golden word of the gratitude are reached on the hearts of the guests in an expendable love, bonds of love and concern. I take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude from the IWWA, those who are assembled from the various countries from the global south, such as Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Thailand, and Bangladesh, and all the dignitaries and the delegates attending the conference. I am thankful the chief guest, Anuj Kanwal sir, for gracing us with his kind presence and his kind speech and the presentations and enlightening the conference. I am thankful all the guests for their valuable time and the grace the occasion. I am thankful the keynote speakers in anticipation who would be sharing their great ideas and captivate the audience with their knowledge and expertise in the 2 days. I will also thankful to the audience, the delegate from the different government organizations, industrial leaders, policymakers, experts from the R&D and the academic institutions, administrators, water supply authorities, NGOs, community representatives present here for their overwhelming participation, zeal, and enthusiasm. I wish to acknowledge the devoted efforts of the organizing committee. They have truly strived day in and out to make this event a great success from last 6 months. So I also thankful to the Mitra for their invaluable support and providing this magnificent venue for this conference. I am thankful to the Nashik USAS Mumbai, MJP, Water Supply and Sanitation Department of Maharashtra, and EcoSan Services and Foundation. Thank you. And this is, I also take the opportunity to express the gratitude to our President, Mr. Subhash Bhujbal, to start these, to initiate for the organizing such an international and the utility 2 conferences combined in the IWWA history and from the headquarters. So thankful to the all and media, hospitality partners. Also the cooperation of all the peoples was helped for these success of the conference. I am thankful to you for being significant part of this conference and forging a long association with us. Thank you so much. I request all of you to kindly proceed for the tea break now. Thank you.
So we request all of you to please proceed for the tea, and I have one more request that please return promptly in time so that we begin the session on time. Thank you. As we move forward, let's acknowledge that this conference is not just about listening to great ideas, but also engaging in meaningful discussions. We have an exciting lineup of sessions throughout the day, allowing you to delve deeper into specific areas of interest and interact with experts from various domains. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the ideas to collide, minds to meet, and solutions to be born. Without any further delay, I request Engineer S.B. Bhujbal, President of IWWA and the Conference Chairman, to kindly ascend on the stage with the dignitaries and speakers of Session 1. So I request him to kindly accompany the speakers for this session. Mr. Anuj Kanwal, Commissioner, Department of Mr. V.K. Madhavan, Chief Executive, Water Aid India from New Delhi. Mr. Narendra Manyam, CEO, India Water, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, who is the keynote speaker. Professor Hemant Sikhasan, International Water Association, President nominated. And Dr. Jagan Shah, Resident Senior Fellow, Artha Global. And on the session chair, we have Dr. Parag Sadgir, Director International IWWA and HOD, Department of Civil Engineering, COEP Technological Institute. We welcome you all for the first session of the day, Water Conservation and Demand Management, Water Governance and Policy Governance Approach, Technologies, Capacity Building and Practice. And now I hand over the mic. I now hand over the mic to Sadgir sir for the further program.
Thank you, madam. Now I will introduce our speaker, Mr. Narendra Maniam, sir. Narendra, sir, he is working as a CEO of the Inda Water Consortium, IWK, since August 2019. He leads the effort to ensure a clean and healthy environment for Malaysians through a well-maintained sewerage system. Well, with over 20 years of experience, he has played a key role in the IWK's expansion, extending coverage and concession periods. Before IWK, he has served as the CEO of the Ranhill Water Technologies, achieving 150% revenue increase in the financial year 2018. He holds the Bachelor's in Engineering Civil, Master's in Engineering Environmental from University of Technology, Malaysia, is registered with the Board of Engineers Malaysia, and is a member of the Malaysian Water Association. I request Maniam sir to present his views and share his ideas. Thank you. I request Kasan sir to come on the stage, please.
Hello again, everyone. So as I mentioned earlier today, I'm going to share about you on the Malaysian perspective, where we are now in terms of sewerage sector and what are the changes and challenges and changes that we are embarking into. But before I go in further to focus on the sewerage sector, I'll just give an introduction. In Malaysia, the per capita usage of water is about 200 to 210 litre per capita per day. This is a lot of water being used by per population. It's very high. This is luxury, and this trend has to change, because with changes in global climate issues that we're facing, we are already starting to have water scarcity issues in the country. So what do we do as a national water sewerage company in relation to water supply? Yeah? We participated aggressively and actively with the government to form Malaysia's Water Sector Transformation 2040. It's a transformation plan that spells out the existing challenges, what we need to do in every 3 to 5 years and moving forward until 2040. So my idea and my view today to share with everyone is, for every particular city, we need to establish a water sector transformation plan, which covers water and sanitation. What are the issues, what needs to be done, and we actually have to come up with detailed action plan on all the proposed targets that we want to pursue. Now, in this 2040 water transformation plan, the focus was to accelerate the adoption of integrated water resource management. Now, that is the phase 1. Phase 2 is to develop indigenous technology to be on par with international standards. Okay, Malaysia being a country similar to India, we are British colony, ex-British colony, we practice British standards. But moving forward, what are the most appropriate standards and guidelines that suit the country's culture and the changes that is happening is something that has to be reviewed from time to time. I give you a typical example. The BOD and COD for incoming raw sewage in the design of sewage treatment plant is about 250 milligrams per liter and 300 milligrams per liter. But what we are facing in the country in actual reality is much, much lesser. So then there's a need to review and to change to meet the current trend that is happening in the country. Now, phase 3, that is beyond 2031 to 2035, is to achieve economies of scale and becoming a regional water hub. Just now we had an esteemed speaker who had mentioned that Malaysia sells water to Singapore. It is in a 100 years agreement that started in 1960 that ends in 2060. Now, there's no rate has been changed. The government of Malaysia has agreed to maintain the rate at the moment. It's very cheap. It's 3 cents per 1,000 gallon. And I don't see it changing in the coming years, because the bilateral relationship is still good and it has to be maintained well. It's a challenge for the country as well, because Johor is a state, southern peninsula Malaysia, that supplies water to Singapore. It's booming very fast. And we sell 1,136 million liters per day to Singapore. Now, Johor has to find alternative to cope with the existing growth within the state. So what do we do as a national water sewerage company is something that I will share with you shortly. Now, next please. Yeah, slide it. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Okay. Why do we need the water sector transformation plan, and what we need to do? The people, first and foremost, people take things for granted. You know, in Malaysia, water tariff is still low. People still do waste water. This mindset have to change. And what we need to do, public awareness, what kind of, we go to every detail of the community. As a sewerage player, recently we went to the government in 2021. We formulate a dislodging regulation. The dislodging regulation now entails that every property with individual septic tank, you're required to empty your septic tank once in 2 years. Failing which, the National Water Services Commission can impose a fine of close to $10,000 US. So, government has significant role to play in pushing the agenda for a better water and wastewater services to be provided. Governance. Now, how do we, water operators and wastewater operators, ensure that governance is in place? Procurement policies, engaging of contractors, tenders, producing optimized design, okay, infrastructure and technology, coming with smart and alternative solutions to existing technology, information with regards to data. Now, IWK as a sewerage company, we have 5 million customers. Now, how do we engage? We need a lot of data. So we have to collaborate with water companies. So the relationship, stakeholder initiative with the water companies is very important, right? And alternative financing. In Malaysia, it's a bit different. In Malaysia, sewerage infrastructure is funded by the federal government. They implement centralized sewage treatment facilities, and they hand over to IWWA to operate and maintain. So the company I work for is an asset-light company. We just purely undertake operations and maintenance. We do not carry out CapEx. CapEx is fully funded by the government. Now, developers, they do build treatment plants, and they do hand it over to us. That is an alternative to the private development that takes place beyond the government projects. Next, please. Okay, now IWK's role, IWWA Consortium's role in water sustainability, and how do we play a role in the country's water sector transformation 2040. Next, please. Now, the company started off in 1994 as the core business is just to provide sewerage services. Now, we have gone to the government, we got our concession agreement reviewed, we can do a lot more. So the priority now is also to establish a non-core segment. But the non-core segment here focuses on green initiative, circular economy initiative. And how would this non-core help the core business? Because this is a company, a 29-year-old company. Only after 28 years, we got our tariff adjusted. All right? We went through a lot of struggle. It's a struggle whereby the government had to come in, the privatization failed. In 1994, it was privatized to a private company. In year 2000, the government took over the company. Why? Because tariff could not be adjusted, and because there were a lot of political interference. Although the concession agreement allowed the private sector to enjoy a IRR of 14 to 18%, but that was not given to us. Government took over, then tariff was not adjusted. Government had to compensate the company. At one time, the government used to compensate close to $60 million US on an annual basis because the tariff is too low. But the dependency has gone down. From 60 million, This year is the last year we're going to, and the maximum we got this year is only 15 million US dollars. Next year we are becoming a fully independent wastewater company. Now, what difference did we do? One is to build up the non-core business. We started off water recycling and other green initiatives, which I'll go in detail. Tariff is needed. We have gone through a series of engagement struggles with the authorities to get the tariff gazetted. Yeah, next. Now, this is just the structure on how water and wastewater is managed. India Water is owned by the Ministry of Finance. On a day-to-day basis, we report to the Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. We are regulated by few bodies. If you look at the word there, SPAN, SPAN is National Water Services Commission. So in Malaysia, every 3 years, we will submit a business plan. The business plan will include the current operational efficiency, the proposed KPI, and moving forward, what are the targets that needs to be in place, and we are regulated on the business plan, renewable every 3 years. Now, in terms of compliance, imagine 7,500 compliance tests has to be done by Department of Environment that regulates the effluent compliant. Our compliant efficiency is at 97% as today. Now, the extreme right is the agency that implements centralized sewage treatment plants. Now, they implement, but we have the skills. So we leverage the skills by telling the government, look, let us be project managers. We manage the project for you, but the funding comes from the federal government. So with that, there's also a new revenue generation stream for the company. Next, please. In a nutshell, this is how big we are. We manage close to 7,500 plants, 21,000 kilometers of sewer pipes, the whole of Peninsula and the federal territory of Labuan. We have close to 3,500 employees, 21 offices nationwide, over 600 tankers. We have one gallery, we have training center, we also have R&D center. Next, please. The business that we do, operating and maintaining public sewage treatment plants, carrying out septage management, dislodging of septic tanks. On behalf of the government, we project manage all the large implementation of centralized sewage treatment facilities. We started off providing consultancy services to other water operators, wastewater operators. We started embarking aggressively on water recycling and non-core business. The non-core business is something that is really growing with the company that can help the core business. So the tariff that is in place that we want to adjust can be done on a gradual manner instead of burdening the people. Next, please. Okay. Now, in preparatory to become a full cost recovery company, we need to fulfill SDG. So these are the core elements that we have crafted out to ensure that whatever business that we do, it is in line with SDG initiative. Because the ultimate goal in our master plan is to take this company to be listed in Kuala Lumpur Stock Exchange no later than 2027. So as preparatory work towards the green initiative, we focus on SDG goals. Next. Okay, the company is, in my advice to, and my knowledge sharing to everyone here, from the water operators, from the sewerage operator, this is something that we have done in the last 5 years. We have compartmentalized things, and the first thing is we looked into financial sustainability, right? Operational sustainability and environmental sustainability. Okay, when we segmentalize things and then we focus deep in each action plan we want to do. So financial sustainability, what we need to do? Government said no more compensation, right? So what do we need to do? We had to get our tariff adjusted. How do we get our tariff adjusted? We had to engage with all the major consumer associations in the country. It wasn't an easy journey for us. Each and every consumer association, we had to convince them to seek their support to support the tariff adjustment. And it's not a drastic increase. We went on a staggered increase so that the public, the community could afford to pay for it. So once we got their buy-in, only then we went to the ministry, and there are many other ministries that we had to engage. So here in India, maybe the water ministry has to support, and you have to go meet the other ministries of in relation to community we need to engage with those ministries to get all their buy-in. Only when the buy-ins were accepted, our minister managed to present the proposed gazetted tariff to be gazetted in the cabinet, and we got it approved after 28 years. It was a 2-year struggle. Now that we got the tariff adjustment, we implemented the first tariff tranche this year. It was an additional revenue of close to 100 million ringgit. Next year, we have another scheduled increase, and it's a mild increase. It's only an increase of 0.5 cents per household, US cents. So it's a mild increase, number one. Number two, because the mild increase and it's a staggered increase over a 5-year period, we need to find other source of income. So being an environmental company, what are our byproducts? Our treated effluent is one. Sludge is another one. And biogas is another one. Can we make business out of this? Yes, it is. We can. And we have done it, we are doing it, and we are expanding it. It's something I'll share with you. Next, please. Okay. So the company, we started off water recycling initiative. We have no choice but to work with water operators, because in Malaysia it's a bit different. Water is managed by state water operators. So in Malaysia there's 13 states, so there are 13 water operators. Unlike us, one single company for the whole country. And they have license to sell water. India Water doesn't have license to sell water. So we have no choice but to engage with them, because we will sell the water through them. So we have one successful joint venture with one particular state in Kuala Lumpur city that manages water supply in the state of Selangor and Kuala Lumpur. We form a joint venture special purpose vehicle where the water operator owns 60%, we own 40%. We form this company, we raise our own internal generated funds, or we can also go for private financing initiative to build water recycling facilities to sell to industries for non-portable use. So when you do that, you have existing resources that can be used for human consumption. Okay? Because the country, the 7,500 plants that we have releases close to almost 6,000 million liters per day. Imagine if we just use a fraction of it, it's only 1,000 milliliters per day. For industrial use, we can save this existing source for water in rivers for human consumption. So we have gone aggressive in this segment. Okay, this is the next slide that shows the initiative that we have done. If you look at, it's not showing. Okay, it's okay. The green initiative that we started. One is water reclamation plant. 2 is biosolids plant. Today we are producing close to 5 tons of fertilizer. Now we just don't take the sludge and dry it and pelletize it. We don't do that because we have to compete with other organic fertilizers to ensure that we get a good NPK value, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium value. So what do? We have an R&D center that has successfully formulated a formula. We mix our sludge with EFB, empty fruit bunch, palm kernel shell, rice husk. We mix with our sludge, and we have managed to produce an NPK value of close to 3 to 4%. So this makes the fertilizer competitive to any other organic fertilizer in the market. And then we meet developers, we meet palm oil estate owners. Look, this is the organic fertilizers that we have. And today, we're happy to say that this is growing, the acceptance level is increasing, and we have a target master plan by 2030. No more sludge will be disposed to landfill. All sludge will be converted to either fertilizer or any other means that we can embark into. Currently, apart from fertilizer, we're also looking into producing biochar. Okay? Now, biochar is an expensive commodity. There's a company in Australia, if you can Google, Logan Wastewater Company, Logan, Logan Wastewater Company, is one of the companies that have come forward successfully producing biochar. And this biochar, if you can ever produce a good grade biochar, there are a lot of trading houses like Mitsui, Marubeni from Japan, who's willing to come and give you the 100% offtake guarantee to purchase all your biochar. So these are the initiatives that we can all look in together that can generate income to help the wastewater company. So these are the examples of non-core initiative. Now, apart from that, we have 7,500 plants. Now, solar is one of the potential power generation. The land that, whenever a plant is built, we have additional land or free space. We maximize all space. Today, we are looking at 1,800 plants out of the 7,500 plants to be installed with solar. We have successfully installed more than 400 plants today. The target here is to generate almost 50,000 megawatt hour from the solar initiative. Now, this is something, an idea that we would like to share with you. You do not invest the money. You do not take out the money. You work with private sector participation. You get private sector, look, private sector, you come, you invest, I pay for power supply to you. But it must be at least 10% cheaper than the existing gazetted power rate in the country. So we have a national power supply company, right? And a private sector comes and installs solar, we pay him 10% cheaper at today's rate. Eventually, when the power company increases its tariff, the savings to us will be much more. So it's very successful. We got 4 or 5 big companies who have participated, and they are implementing the installation of solar to generate close to 50,000 megawatt hour, and it's called Selco. Selco means self-consumption. So we pay them. They do not connect it to the grid because we pay them for our own use. The solar helps us to actually power up our office, our lights, our air cons, and maybe in some plants even the pumps themselves during the daytime. So this will help significantly contribute to the reduction of power costs, because a company like us pay close to 80 million US dollar a year, 80 to 90 million US dollar a year for electricity bill. So we have to find alternatives. So these are the simple steps we have taken that is helping the company bring its OPEX down. Biogas. There's one thing that before pandemic, we generate biogas, but we used to generate like 4 or 5 hours a day, and it's done. We realized that food waste is one of the major significant contributor to biogas. Now, being a wastewater company, we went to the government and said, look, give us the opportunity to take food waste. So we have an agreement with Nestle. We bring all the expired yogurt, expired milk, we put it into the digesters. Today, this one particular plant itself generates 5 megawatt hour of biogas that powers up the gas engine for electricity for internal consumption. So these are all the green initiatives that we are embarking into. We welcome the delegates here today. Make a visit to Kuala Lumpur, and we'll be happy to share with you all the site visits. Next, please. Okay, this is the model, just to share with you. Because Malaysia has 1 wastewater company and 13 water operators, we had to come up with 4 models. The model number 1 is India Water supplies treated effluent to a private company, and the private company will design, build, finance, operate, and supply reclaimed water to the particular industry. The model B is where IWWA itself will invest in the development of the water recycling plant, and we sell it to industries. Model number C is where IWWA joint ventures with the state water operator to jointly design, build, finance, operate, and sell to the industries. This is the preferred model because it actually builds positive relationship between IWWA as a sewerage operator and the state water operator. And model D is IWWA supply as it is effluent to the dedicated industries. So this model C is what is very much being practiced in the country. Next, please. This is typical, some of the collaborations that we have with other water operators in the state. Next. I'll pass this as I've explained. Okay, I've missed out one. I'm not sure if any one of you have heard about black soldier fly larvae. Now, we have one pilot project that is going on in the country where the sludge is about 40%, food waste 60%. We combine all this. the fly actually, together with the larvae, eats it. They grow up to 40 mm, and private sector actually collect these larvae to make fish pellets and fat pellet and protein pellet for fish farming and poultry farming. Because it has gone through a series of sterilization, it has been approved by the government. So this is a typical green initiative that minimizes the disposal of sludge to landfill. Next. Okay, this is our first pilot project on the production of fertilizer. If you can see before and after, I think it's pretty good. You can use it for landscape, although we have got approval to use it for food crops, but the public perception is something that we are still working on to win the public perception. But it's quite successful. Many parties have come forward. In fact, this particular plant, we have waiting period of 30 days for companies to collect the fertilizer. So this is something that we really want to do nationwide. Next. This is another product, further enhancement from the R&D that we have embarked is to produce biochar. So I urge water operators, wastewater operators in India, you have all intelligent scientists here, develop the formula to produce biochar, because biochar is a new commodity that is very valuable and is very much wanted by developed countries. So please look into it. Next. This just to show you the biogas generation that I've explained just now. Next. Okay, these are typical, as I mentioned to you just now, the solar initiative. It's a 15 to 20 years private financing initiative, so we signed power purchase agreement with the private sector. Next. Okay, apart from all the green initiative that we have embarked into, on a day-to-day basis, we have also gone into energy efficiency equipment, energy management system. We try to minimize the usage of papers. Everything is approved online. When blowers, we do not use root blowers anymore. We have migrated to turbo blowers, because turbo blowers itself has energy efficiency of savings of up to 33%. So we tell the government, look, we have to move forward, replacing all energy efficiency equipment. New plants, please look into energy efficiency equipment. As a company, we adopt river. So nationwide, we have 21 offices. Each office adopts a river, a stretch of a river. We have CSR program, we get the communities involved. This is the only way to make public see what is the struggle that we go through. It's an event that we do every Saturday morning at all unit offices nationwide. We have duty roster, we get the public community to come, we clean up the river. You know, there were instances where mattresses were taken out from the river. You know, washing machine was also taken out from the river. River is a place where it's an easy place for people to dump everything there. And this is something that we have to create awareness, and as a company, with a master plan to go listing, to fulfill SDG initiative, giving back to the public, we play a vital role to engage with communities. We have a lot of community programs. Next. Yeah, these are typical photographs of the cleaning works that we do with the communities. Next. Okay, if you see, this is a pump station that was built during the British time. We actually applied it to be a national heritage building. We converted it to be a sewerage museum. So from 1930s, 40s, 50s, the evolution of sewerage industry in the country, everything is inside here. And we get schools to come in, university students to come in to see, because by knowing, they appreciate things better. Because one thing that we don't have in our school syllabus is sewerage, sanitation, the importance of sanitation. This is something that we actually discussed with the Ministry of Education to put in the importance of water conservation, appreciating water, and the importance of sanitation and sewage treatment. Next. Okay, we can have all the best plans that we can plan for, but we have 3,500 people. Now, those are employees of the company. Apart from that, we have close to 2,000 contractors, totaling to up to maybe 10,000 employees. what do? We have to always boost this morale, because maybe 5 years, 10 years, 20 years ago, people, I mean, when I graduated as an engineer, I probably wanted to start my career as a consultant, or to build airports, railway, but nobody wanted to look into sewerage per se, operations of wastewater, and because it was never a rewarding career. Correct, Vijay? So, salary scale was low. So this is something that we have actually gone into, looking at the salary scale, the benefits, because it plays an important role to get the younger generation wanting to come forward to build a career in this industry. People wanted to always go into oil and gas sector because you get higher income. So as a company, we played an important role in improving salary scale, improving benefits, because it's a national company. And today, we get people who have very high moral spirits, wanting to make things happen. We had culture transformation program, whereby in one table you have a tea lady and a senior manager sitting in the same table, and the business plan of the company is known to the tea lady. Why? Because I, as a CEO, have a role to play. As a CEO, I have an employee number. The senior manager has a role to play. Even the tea lady has a role to make the best tea to our stakeholders. So by doing so, you get all staff morale to go up, and you see productivity increases quite a bit. And it's one of the successful initiatives led by my colleague here, Mr. Azwan, who's here with us today. So it's a successful program. Next. Okay, the company, apart from focusing from domestic core business, which is to maintain public sewage treatment assets, we have gone into non-core business, but we are also going to overseas. This year, ADB, Asian Development Bank, has recognized us as mentor. Under the mentor-mentee program, we actually work with water operators, wastewater operators, help them formulate guidelines, master plan, operational efficiency. So today we have two projects, a city called Banjarmasin in Indonesia and Baguio City in Philippines. So the delegates they come to Malaysia, we provide hands-on training, we take them to our plants, the best management practice. So this is something we can also do in India with the fund that may come from ADB. Yeah, next. Yeah, these are the two ongoing projects that we have in Indonesia and Philippines. Next, please. Yeah, that's all from me from today. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions if you have. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable presentations. Now I request Mr. V.K. Madhavan, sir, for his presentation. So before that, I will give his introduction. Mr. V.K. Madhavan, sir, is an accomplished professional with over 3 decades of the impactful experience in the development and the social change. He is currently serving as the Chief Executive of the Waterhead India. Since June 2016, he had a transformative efforts for nearly 7 years, playing a key role in ensuring access to the clean water and sanitation for all in India. Before Waterhead India, Sir Madhavan sir has served as the Managing Director of the Skill Education Private Limited, empowering disadvantaged youth with essential skill and employment opportunities. His diverse career includes roles such as Operation Director at A4E India Private Limited, Independent Consultant to the High Level Committee on the Status of the Women in India, and 8 years as the Executive Director at the Central Himalayan Rural Action Group, Chirag, leading initiative for the rural development and the poverty alleviations. Madhavan has also held position as a Senior Program Officer at the Hunger Project, a Regional Advocacy Officer at ActionAid, and various leadership roles with Urmul Trust and the Urmul Setu in the Bikaner area of the India. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to move away from the remarkable presentation made by Mr. Narendran and shift the focus to India, but also to essentially talk about 3 broad areas. What are some of the things that give us reason for hope at this point of time when we look at urban water? What are some areas of concern, and what could be some potential desires from my perspective for the future? Next, please. Thanks. So let's start off with what gives us hope at this point of time. Finally, we have a growing recognition in the country of the urban water crises, and we are finding this being responded to by municipalities, by governments, at the state level and the union government level. We have the Smart Cities program, Amrit 2.0, which one has an emphasis both on water and sanitation and is being matched by substantive investment in these areas. The third is, in an urban context, the equivalent of Jal Jeevan Mission in rural is now leading to efforts to try and make sure that every household in urban India also has access to water through a tap connection at the household level. Some states have taken leadership in this even prior to the announcement of Jal Jeevan Mission, Odisha being one of them, which actually has a very large, ambitious program to look at water being provided at a household level across, I think, 124 towns and cities in Odisha. We then have recognition of the fact that wetlands are important and urban water bodies require attention. We can see investments being made in Delhi. Bengaluru has responded to this. Bhopal has initiated work on protecting its lakes. So in some sense, there's a growing recognition of the importance of urban water bodies and wetlands. Recycling, reuse of water is slowly gaining importance and credence. We have the example of water, treated water from Bengaluru being supplied for filling up tanks and for irrigation purposes well outside Bengaluru. We have the sale of water, treated water by Chennai to supply to an industrial estate. And we have examples where industries like in Baroda are actually recycling water and using that water in some sense for their own purposes, thereby saving withdrawal of fresh water. So there's a host of examples of the recycling and reuse of water which is starting to emerge. And the last is the emergence of new enterprises, startups in the space of water, both in terms of technologies, in terms of the use of artificial machine intelligence, and in adopting the Internet of Things. And so in some sense, there's a buzzing ecosystem of entrepreneurs and technologies that are emerging in this water space in this country. To give you just one example of a small startup enterprise which started off by manufacturing wastewater treatment solutions for apartment complexes in Bengaluru, and then decided that the water, once treated, they couldn't release that water into the open drain. And as a consequence, had to find a demand for a consumer for that treated water. And they found that the construction industry had a demand for that water as long as it met their construction standards, and started to then organize tankers to provide this water to construction sites. And they've then made a huge leap from there and now have set up in Chennai, where they're actually drawing wastewater from a flowing nala in Chennai, treating the water and supplying it to the metro construction in Chennai, where for every meter that is of drilling that takes place, the quantum of water required, fresh water required, is enormous. They found a way by which they're treating wastewater and supplying it to Metro Corporation in Chennai for use just for drilling in the metro network. So there are reasons for hope. What are the reasons for concern? One of the reasons for concern is the fact that while groundwater is invisible, we've also forgotten about it. There's significant dependence on groundwater in urban areas to meet our drinking water domestic requirements. Yet, if you were to go and ask the utilities that exist in our country, the water utilities which are publicly owned, as to how many hydrogeologists they would employ, you would be surprised by the complete disconnect between the requirement where the water is being sourced from, where that knowledge and the requisite skills and knowledge, and the fact that you then have a utility which has no expertise in understanding how groundwater operates. The fact is that given we don't have estimates today in any city which are reliable, which tell you about how much groundwater is actually extracted. We further don't have any idea about how you can possibly even recharge your aquifers, where the aquifers exist in our cities. So in some sense, despite our dependence on groundwater, we have not found a way to engage, to integrate that into our planning and to ensure that we have the requisite skills to be able to deal with it. I mean, I'm surprised that today packaged water has become a proxy for water quality. If you talk about safe water, you can't go to any public function where you don't have packaged water. So in some sense, packaged water has now become the proxy for safe drinking water. RO-based systems have become the proxy for water purification. It is almost as if we believe that there is no other purification system that exists and everything requires an RO system. It would seem as if Hema Malini has more clout about influencing behaviors with regard to water quality than anyone else, given the fact that we're all big adopters of Kent RO now. But the fact is that there is a trust deficit that exists now. There used to be a time when many of us in this room would travel by train, get off at every railway station, would have our own water bottle, would go and fill it up from a tap in that, and we would consume it. This is before the days of, when you had Surai that you carried with or the Milton flask. But the fact is that we did not hesitate to jump out at every railway station and collect water. Today we buy a water bottle. We have multiple states which are actually treating water and supplying it to households where they are reasonably confident the quality of water that they supply is safe for consumption. But we don't trust the state's ability to provide us with safe water. And as a consequence, those who can afford it install a purification system just because we don't trust. So just think about the cost that is incurred where the government or the utility is actually accessing water. It is treating that water, it is supplying it through its network. But because we don't believe in it, in many instances we adopt RO systems which reject between 40 to 60% of that water, and all of that wastewater then flows back and goes and has to be treated again. So on a city scale, with just this absence of being able to trust the quality of water being supplied by the state, and the assurance leads to all kinds of other costs. The flip side to it is that today we can sit at home, use the internet or a mobile phone app and ask someone to get, to collect a blood sample from our house, to possibly collect a urine sample or a stool sample. By the evening it will come by email or WhatsApp on our phone. We don't even have to leave our home to get blood, urine, stool tested. But try and get your water quality tested in a city. And you will find that it's very, very hard to imagine getting your water quality tested. And so the absence of adequate and reliable testing facilities which are accessible to consumers then lead to consumers doubting and adopting purification systems blindly simply because they don't have no ability to go and test their water. The third challenge that exists is the financial viability of our urban utilities. When I was listening to the presentation about India Water, and I was wondering, I wonder if there's any public utility in our country, in our city, which is actually financially viable. Non-revenue water in Delhi is supposed to be 45%. Unaccounted water, we don't even know what that amount is, right? So in some sense, we're still grappling with the fact that because our utilities are not financially viable, and therefore in some sense to expect them to improve the quality of their services is going to be limited. Right? The fourth challenge is about the fact that we have to, on the one hand, we're trying to provide those who don't have access to water with a reliable service. We're trying to expand our networks of water provision in our cities and our sewerage services. On the other hand, we have old aging infrastructure which is leaking, which needs to be replaced. So in some sense, there is this constant tussle between expanding provision of services versus making the investments to be able to fix the old investments that were made that are not fitted today. So in some sense, you need to not just invest in new assets, but you need to find the investment to replace old assets that today have reached the end of their life. And that is in some sense a challenge which all our public utilities are faced with. Do you create new infrastructure, or do you invest the money to actually replace and fix your old leaky pipes which have reached the end of life in some sense? The next concern is around the issue of solid and liquid waste management. And in some sense, The reason why I'm mentioning solid waste management is that given the nature of our cities, solid waste very often can tend to clog all your drains, all your conveyance channels and your networks. And therefore, in some sense, solid waste itself now poses a big threat to liquid waste management. And in liquid waste management, we have to be worried about both fecal waste as well as grey water. And this is an area where there still a lot needs to be done. We've had some significant progress with regard to fecal sludge and septage management in the country. But in terms of wastewater treatment, we still are. The fact is that, to give just a few months ago, I was in a urban slum in Bengaluru. 450 households, not very far from the old airport near Domluru. And they had no assured drinking water provided by the state. This 450 households were in a settlement where they were renting land from a contractor. The contractor, through tankers, would provide them with domestic water supply. There was an entrepreneur in that community who had sunk a bore well, set up an RO system, and was selling them packaged drinking water. So we had a 450 household settlement in Bengaluru which did not have access to any basic services provided by the state. It is estimated that almost of the total slum population in our country, it's estimated that almost half our slum population resides in what are called non-notified slums. And even today, there is no uniform law in this country to ensure the provision of basic services to residents of non-notified slums. So Bengaluru is an example where the state believes it has no responsibility to provision of basic services if you live in a non-notified slum. Lucknow also has similar rules. But Delhi Jal Board, for example, took a decision many years ago that basic services will be provided irrespective of the legality of the settlement itself. So in some sense, there is inequity that exists within our country, within our cities based on where you reside. There's a study done by the World Resources Institute which looked at two sites from India, one from Bengaluru, one from Mumbai. And they found that the cost spent by households to access water depended on whether you had access to pipe water supply provided by the municipality or not. So in Bengaluru, if you did not have access to municipal supply through a pipe, you ended up spending 12 times more than someone who had access to a tap connection. In Mumbai, it became 36 times. So if I spent 1 rupee because I had access to municipal water in Mumbai, if I didn't have access to it, I would end up paying 36 rupees. And that was the differential in terms of not having access to that network in some sense. So there is a spatial inequality that exists in our city and also inequality based on wealth quintile and where you happen to be based and the legality of the tenure of that habitation. The third is about 24/7 supply. Today, I don't think there is a single city, entire city, which has 24/7 water supply. There are many towns and cities where portions of the city, wards in a city might actually have 24/7 supply, but today I don't think there is a single entire town or city which has 24/7 supply. And the question that I must ask is it even worthy of pursuing this? Because where attempts are being made to put in place 24/7 supply, they find that consumer behavior has now become so entrenched and it's very hard to convince them to bypass their storage tanks in their household, to remove the motors that they have there to pump water up to their overhead tanks, because consumers have adopted their own mechanisms for coping. With unreliable supply, they all ended up creating underground storage reservoirs, put a pump to then lift that water to an overhead storage tank. Today, when someone's offering 24/7, they're saying you have to bypass the storage structure and we will ensure that the water goes up to the tank, but no one's willing to trust them to do it. And as a consequence, even where 24/7 is being attempted, there is huge resistance from consumers to be able to adopt that. But the fact of the matter is that we still have a long way to go to be able to provide safe and assured water. And in the short run, therefore, it's hard to imagine being able to look at 24/7 across all our cities. The last is around climate resilient infrastructure and systems. One of the tragedies of all urban residents is that when we live in the city, we await the rain. And when it rains, we can't stop complaining about traffic jams. जब बारिश नहीं होती है तो तरस जाते हैं, बरस जाता है तो तड़प जाते हैं. So we're just not able to cope, and therefore we design our cities to repel water. Our cities are designed in such a manner कि वो पानी जो है किसी तरह शहर से बाहर निकाल दें, to repel the water from our systems. Now, given the fact that we've now ended up constructing in our cities, building up all of these areas, the fact is that we don't have the ability to absorb shocks. Now, Chennai is a great example of a city where simply by virtue of the fact that they ignored their water bodies and their wetlands, over a period of time, these all they played a very important role in flood control. By simply filling these up, over a period of time when there was excess rainfall, they didn't have the capacity to handle it. And therefore, parts of the city got flooded. So in some sense, we need to also not just look at service provision, but we need to also recognize that all our cities are going to face multiple climate shocks. It could be in terms of adverse rainfall, it could be in terms of shortage of water, it could be heat waves that would lead to complete alteration in consumption of water. And the fact is that we've got to find ways of designing, planning infrastructure, looking at systems that can predict it. Now, I live in Delhi. You would assume that every year in Delhi, when it rains in the monsoon, there will be some parts of the city that you know will get flooded. Right? Every year, post the monsoon, there will be at least one photograph of a stranded DTC bus in the Minto Ridge, Minto Bridge, where that road goes down Minto Bridge. Every year a bus will get stuck and there'll be a photograph. Now it's hard to imagine that we can't predict any of this. We don't know any of this. Now it's not just enough to plan for climate resilience, but you also need to have systems that can respond to it. You need to make sure that your drains get cleaned well before the monsoon so that at least your stormwater drains can function effectively. This doesn't require technology. It requires being able to identify and predict the problem and be able to address it. Let me move to some of the desires. The first is around the state of our utilities. I think it's about time where we started to talk about or to aspire to have professionally managed utilities in our country, which were not run by administrators, but were run by professionally competent people who had the skills, the know-how, the autonomy to be able to create efficient and effective institutions. And part of the problem is that we still don't have professionally managed utilities in our country which have the autonomy to set price if need be, to revise tariffs if need be, to raise capital, to make the investment. So we need to actually start. So one desire would be to look at professional utilities emerging in the future. The second is around conservation, recharge, and the circularity of water. Despite our building codes, rainwater harvesting hasn't yet caught our fancy. Unless the state imposes on someone, people are not willing to invest in rainwater harvesting and don't see the value of it. Now, if you extend that further, I talked about this earlier in the context of groundwater, that we don't know where our recharge zones in our cities are, right? And therefore, we're not able to, because we don't know where our recharge zones are, we can't even plan for water infiltration, recharge of our aquifers in an urban context. We're also having to deal with the challenges around wastewater being treated, reused potentially. And so in some sense, we need to recognize there's a lot that needs to be done for us to be able to conserve water, whether it's rainwater or otherwise, to recharge our aquifers, and to also in some sense revive our water bodies. Now, studies show, for example, that if you were to look at, for example, Chennai, I'm picking on Chennai because it had better data, but one of the reasons why a lot of the water bodies in Chennai disappeared was simply because they were encroached upon. And the biggest culprit was actually the state. That the government actually was the largest encroacher of water bodies. Now, it's not just the water bodies itself that get encroached on, it's also the catchment, and it's also the drainage channels that bring water into the water body and take it outside. So you can't look at just removing silt from a water body if the water body ceases to be a living entity, if it doesn't allow water to come in and water to go out. So in some sense, we need to start to look at all of this if we wish to address the water challenges in our cities. The third is around this whole question of that in India, I don't think our problem is the willingness to pay. Whether it is someone who resides in a slum or whether it's a person who lives in a middle class settlement, everyone is willing to pay for a good, reliable service. If they get reliable water, people are willing to pay. Unfortunately, the government is not willing to charge for it. In addition to not being willing to charge for it, we also tend to subsidize water hugely. And the reason and the consequence of subsidizing water hugely is that it leads to huge inefficiencies. There is no incentive for someone to use water judiciously or to conserve the water simply because it's cheap and you don't recognize the value of water at all. The third desire, the fourth desire is to actually look at, we have on the one hand emphasis on rural India, and then we have an investment and emphasis on smart cities. Now it's 100 cities, maybe become 200 cities. What happens to all the other urban settlements in between? What happens to our census towns? What happens to our small towns, 25,000 to 75,000 population, 50,000 to 100,000 population, a lot of which are growing at a very fast pace? And why these are important is that these are not just growing at a fast pace, but you have the potential to actually fix the problem before it gets out of hand. By focusing only on large cities where actually these are predominantly built up, where the options for looking at integrated, sustainable water and sanitation solutions are limited in our large cities. If we were to look at small towns, you have the potential for actually planning for water and sanitation very differently. And to actually try and ensure that you can prevent this problem from occurring 15 years down the line. So in some sense, there is a need to start to also simultaneously focus our attention on smaller towns to be able to ensure that we can actually solve for this problem for the future. The next is to look at, this whole question around customer-centric and citizen-centric to build systems for accountability. We have very elaborate standards for service provision, but we're not able to ensure that the service providers are accountable citizens for that service. So in some sense, we need to look at that. Is there a need for an independent regulator, like we heard about in the context of IWWA, where you have two independent regulators, one which actually looks at the quality of effluent that is treated, and one which looks at your the business plan itself of it. So in some sense, is there a need for an urban regulator who can actually ensure that your service provision is of an acceptable quality and standard? One of the challenges that our urban areas are faced with is the multiplicity of institutions. And in the absence of clarity about who's responsible for which service, it becomes very difficult. And therefore, is there time for us to look at an independent regulator? Data and transparency are extremely important. Just to give you a small example linked to the issue around water quality that I talked about earlier, if municipalities were testing their water regularly and were to make that information available in the public domain in a manner that's accessible, people might be able to make decisions on whether they need to install a purification system at all or not. But in the absence of that information being available and testing being hard to come by, people install purification systems. So if we were to look at the importance of data, not just in terms of data to help better decisions, but also to aid transparency, it would make a huge difference. And finally, I think we need to also start to think now about what we're going to do in terms of changing behaviors, because we have to reduce consumption. To look at consumption increasing without any limits will eventually lead us to another set of problems. So while we're dealing with issues and challenges around water at this point of time, we also need to start preparing for the fact that there will be limits to consumption. And at some point of time, we need to find ways. If you were to look at European cities now, they're all reducing their per capita consumption of water. We might need to do that also at some point of time, but can we start planning for it now? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now next presentation is of Professor Hamant Kasan, sir. He is the President nominated International Water Association, and a small introduction of him I will give. So he is the Distinguished Fellow at the International Water Association, Senior Fellow at the Water Institute of Southern Africa, and Honorary Research Professor at the Institute of Water and Wastewater Technology, Durban University of Technology. He is also Non-Executive Director and Chair of the Boards with extensive committee experiences. Currently, he is Non-Executive Director and Board Chair at Green Valley Nuts, Johannesburg's property company, and also serving as the board of the International Water Association, African Water Association, Green Valley Nuts, member of the Global Program Committee from Singapore International Water Week. So he is having the international exposure, and we have got the opportunity to listen his presentations today. So I request him to start his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction, much appreciated. Looking forward to the opportunity. I could stand here all day and not allow another speaker to talk. Really. That's how energetic I am today, and that's how I feel about this subject. And I could spend today talking about water and tomorrow about sanitation, and that'll be the end of the conference. So I'll try to keep it within my time span. But let me start by commending my Malaysian colleague. You know, it's amazing to see this public-private partnership. Well done. Really amazing to see how we can work together and we can reduce cost in the interest of public health and service delivery. It's a win-win solution. Another good example of that is Manila Water in the world, where they have improved the water services of Manila Water over the years. Have done a fantastic job with the private-public partnership. So we have to work together. We're not at odds with each other. Our purpose is the same. My colleague who spoke before me, you know, in my past life, so to say, until 2 years ago, as I indicated earlier, I was at a big water utility, a very big one, in fact, in South Africa. And you know, when I used to come to India some years ago and I used to talk about my experience at the utility, people could not believe that deep down in the southern tip of the African continent, we were providing water to 16 million people, 24/7, WHO quality, at affordable price for the last 120 years, non-stop. How did that happen? How did that happen in a country which was defying my comprehension? Because when I look at India and I look at the level of engineering skills, technological skills, institutions of higher learning which are the best in the world, and you can imagine me in Africa not having the best skills, not having the best people, but we managed to achieve the best result. Whilst India, I'm still hearing that there's no place in this country that has 24/7 supply, and we're still debating whether we need it. Why do we keep debating whether we need it? It should not be a global norm. It should be basic. It should be a right of everybody. They shouldn't doubt it. I understand that we do have certain preferences, and we've become used to the notion that when we land in Mumbai and we look up and we see all these ugly tanks on every roof of the building, as ugly as they look, they fulfill their function in the days and times of intermittent water supply. But should we not move from intermittent to full water supply? I ask that question on the one hand. On the other hand, the trust deficit. Yeah, trust is earned. That's what I learned at the utility. Trust is earned. We have to earn that trust, regain the trust of the people. And one way that I've experienced just in the last few days of being in Singapore, I was at the utility there where we were having meetings of the next Singapore International Water Week we're planning for next year. In that utility, no bottled water. We sat in the boardroom for 2 days, no bottled water. Jugs of water and water from the tap. Now that's confidence. That's building trust. That's saying we won't drink bottled water, right? So we have to start in small steps to build this trust and get the confidence back of the people, because the people have put us in those positions for us to take care of their need. If we are not capable, we will not earn the respect. If we are capable, I'd like to believe that the respect will be earned, albeit it will be a slow process. So it's a challenge I think we need to overcome and aspire for the best. So I'm going to talk across a number of issues today. I have a presentation, but if I fly by certain slides, so to say, it's because I want to just provoke you with certain messages. So I'm intentionally going to provoke in some areas so that it stimulates our thinking in terms of what has changed. You know, the water supply business is not a new business. The sanitation business is not a new business. And my colleague indicated, it's not a fancy business. You know, it's not blasé business. Nobody wanted to get into it, you know. It didn't pay well. You know, when you ask people what they do and you said you're in the wastewater business, it was like, oh, wow, you know, you're at the back of the queue kind of thing. So I'll provoke your thinking with a few issues, and the presentation is simply about water and wastewater services in uncertain times, right? Dealing with the global crisis. And India is dealing with many sorts of crises. So the rest of us are across the whole world. So if I can have the first slide, please. Oh, I have it here. No? Okay. So first one, please. At the bottom. Great. Fine, I'll start with this. Good. So essentially, I'm going to talk about a few things. The global crisis and uncertain times. What's the meaning of this? What is this uncertainty looking like? Thank you. Then what have been the historical approaches? In the past, where have we come from? How have we dealt with issues? The million-dollar question, what has actually changed? Then what are some of the lessons that we're learning from across the world? And then what should we be doing going forward? And a few concluding remarks thereafter. Thank you. The next slide. Right. Now, you know, I think many of us took for granted historically that the world was not uncertain. The world was actually uncertain all the time. We just assumed that it was certain. And certain events of recently have demonstrated to us that it's actually very uncertain. So the world has always been uncertain. This is the nature of the world. It's going to be uncertain going forward. We need to plan for this uncertainty. Next. Now, we all know that there are more people living in urban areas than rural areas, if you look at that picture. And this trend is moving at an amazing pace. So I don't think that we ought to be surprised going forward. We ought to be aware, and we ought to be sensitive, and we ought to be planning for it. Next. We're also all aware, because we have all this information, that there's water stress all over the world, and that map clearly shows where the water stress is across the world. So we have all of this data, right? Next. How have we planned historically? What has been our approach to water and sanitation services delivery? Now, if you ask most traditional, typical planning engineers, right? We work with population growth, we make an assumption. We work with urbanization rates. We make an assumption. We look at economic growth. We make an assumption. We look at agricultural demand. Then we ask ourselves, should we build more dams so we can store more water? At one time in history, it was very fashionable to build more dams. It was fantastic for engineers. We loved those projects, right? Big, bold projects. And then, of course, the trend was large centralized plants. The bigger the better, right? Ask any engineer. The bigger the better. Let's build big water treatment plants, big wastewater treatment plants, right? Then infrastructure came, this whole philosophy of just in time. Let's not waste money. Let's not waste time. What we'll do is, we won't build it 3 years before we need it, or 1 year before we need it. We'll build it 3 weeks before we need it. Then it's just in time. And see, the human species is so efficient that it's going to be just in time. These were all the constructs that we worked with. That's fine. Next slide. Now, what has changed? Firstly, you have unprecedented and unexpected COVID. Here comes along COVID, and the whole world is at a standstill. Okay? Was not expected, right? We thought this thing will just remain in China. It started in China, so to say, and that's where it's going to remain. It's a Chinese thing. Well, that's not how it turned out, right? As we all know today. Next thing that happens is climate change. Now, some of us as scientists will argue, was climate change really a surprise? Is it really a surprise? Not really, right? Because we were being told for many years, this thing is coming. But when it is happening now, politicians go around and say, you know why you don't have enough water? Because of the drought. You know why you have the drought or the flood? Because of climate change. You know the other reason you don't have enough water? Because you're using too much water. So firstly, it's your fault. Then it's God's fault because there's climate change. What about us that fail to plan for climate change and plan accordingly? We don't talk about that stuff. That's not appetizing for us. Then we come with rapid urbanization, and I showed you the data. You had the data, we all had the data. So we shouldn't again be surprised that this is happening. Of course, the next surprise that came was geopolitical conflicts, right? And then we thought the Russia-Ukraine one was one. And recently you woke up and you know which is the other one, right? And one of these days you might wake up and there might be yet another one. I hope not. I pray not. But reality is reality. Okay, next. Now, what are some of the lessons that we learned from all of these events that were unexpected, so to say? The first thing is, I would argue, this whole construct of just in time flew out of the window. Why? You ended up with COVID, you needed more water. Everybody said, wash your hands 10 times a day. Now, where was the water going to come from? You didn't design your plants and your society to be washing their hands so many times a day. So I would argue that we went back to the historical base of thinking of from just in time to just in case. How's that? Prepare for the worst, just in case. Now, 5 years ago, if we talked about let's build just in case, we'd be laughed out, right? And said, now you're going to waste money. Your thinking is old-fashioned. That's not how you work. So this whole paradigm has been challenged today. Secondly, we know during COVID that the supply chains got so badly impacted for water treatment plants, chemicals, wastewater treatment plants, a lot of commodities, least of all masks and disinfectants. Suddenly you couldn't get this stuff. The price shot up and it was all crazy. So, oops, sorry, we did the previous one, please. Right, so supply chains got messed up. Workforce productivity went down. It was not safe to go to work, okay? What went up? The use of Zoom and all of these other technological uptakes, right? We were struggling to uptake these technologies when times were normal. When times became abnormal, we had no choice. Suddenly we didn't need to travel because we couldn't travel. And when we couldn't travel, we started using Zoom and Teams and every other type of facility, And we realized very quickly how to use it on our phone and our laptop. Had we not been forced to use it, some would argue it would have taken us another 15 years to get to where we are with the use of those technologies. Moral of the story, necessity is the mother of invention. Okay, next. Higher demand for water, we know that. We need it to wash our hands. No, sorry, previous slide. Yeah, that one's fine. Wastewater epidemiology, this is a very exciting area. Many of you would be aware of this. Suddenly we innovated this technology where even from the sewage, wastewater sludge, we could tell the patterns of behavior of disease. Now, did you know that that same pattern of fingerprinting from the wastewater has been used in parts of the world to follow drug abuse? That's where it started. If you want to know where the community is using drugs and all types of other substances, they already had this stuff happening way back. Now we have just adopted it in order to track the disease, which is great. That's good for innovation. Next. Impact of climate change. There you have it. There's 5 points there. We all know it's going to get hotter, right? At least 2 degrees is what they're talking, right? We're going to need more water, so we need to plan for it. Droughts, we know they're coming. They're already here in some parts of the world. Floods, it's already happening. You're aware of it. Changes in water quality, major changes in water quality. How are your treatment plants going to handle that? Many water quality scientists here, many experts here from the utilities. The plants have to be redesigned or need to be able to cater for sudden water quality changes so that we build up this trust in terms of the water that we produce, even under difficult circumstances. Wastewater plant damage, yes. You're going to have damage occurring. We're going to have to become more resilient. Next. The adaptation gap is widening. If immediate action is not taken, it will be too late or too costly for climate change. That gap is widening. We need to be sensitive that there's no longer just in time, it's just in case. Be prepared for every crisis. Be prepared for emergency mode. We need to sustain operations. We need to keep the water flowing, and the wastewater must be treated. Society expects you and me to do that. They expect us to think about that. It's not their job to think about it, it's ours. Next. So we seem to be still addicted, of course, to fossil fuels, right? I'm glad to hear about the Malaysian experience going to solar, great. But for the rest of us in the world, our addiction with this fossil fuel issue is not going to be great for our health of our society and the planet. We know that. So we have to quit now, and we have to quit fast and find other solutions, right? Next. What should we be doing now, interestingly, to sustain water and services in the future? I would argue the first thing is, the biggest problem in the world why 1.8 billion people don't have water and 2.8 billion people don't have access to toilets is not technology, and it's not money. It is governance and accountability. This we know. It's not rocket science. So we need to improve the governance and the accountability. Critical. We have to break the institutional silos. My colleague said we have so many institutions and organizations, each one doing their own thing, but we don't galvanize. Attract private investment. We've heard a great example from Malaysia. There's lots of private investment that's available, and they're happy to invest and help. Embrace the digital future quickly, yes. The quicker the better, because these technologies are going to help us to get better and monitor better and respond better. Innovate nature-based solutions and make inclusion central to our efforts. Inclusion means stakeholder-based inclusion. Inform and involve people. Next. Water and sanitation is leading in terms of climate change impacts and adaptation efforts. It has to be understood, and we must make it central. Innovative thinking, yes, and there's some amazing technologies available now. The classical sewer-based systems and the classical centralized-based wastewater treatment plants, for example, are a thing of the past. Now you have a whole suite of non-sewage sanitation technologies coming online. We can have multitudes of decentralized plants, and we actually have better control and more resilience like that than having these huge plants. So if one goes down, an entire community and entire city can also go down, which is a problem. You know, water bodies are national assets with economic value. We can't be polluting them. I think, you know, I don't have to persuade you about that and the implication. The nexus you're well aware of, water, food, and energy. The adaptation and mitigation issues are key, but they must be executed. Great plans on paper, but you need to be vigilant about execution. And the decentralized approach I spoke about. Thank you. Next. Now we know, or I'd like to believe, that the future will be nothing like the past. Therefore, we have to prepare for the uncertainty. Do not expect that the future will look like the past. As much as we like to expect that every day, it's not going to happen, is what history is telling us today. Next. You know, Martin Luther said, nothing in the world causes so much misery as uncertainty. Now, I put the slide up there because as a water services provider and as a water expert, I believe that the communities, our families out there, they expect that we are going to remove this uncertainty. So our function every day is to wake up and focus on removing the uncertainty and providing a sustainable service. This is our purpose as water and sanitation experts in the world. And if we do that diligently, I do believe that the communities will respect and trust us for the work that we do. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Jagan Shah. He has worked as a director of India's National Institute of Urban Affairs from 2013 to 2019. He is having a pivotal role in the expanding the smart city mission and contributed significantly to the master plan of Delhi. His expertise includes formulating policies for the land value capture, land pooling, transit-oriented development, and with a diverse background, he held the leadership role in the academia as well as the consultancy, including director of the Sushant School of Arts and Architecture, chief executive of the Urban Space Consultant. His contribution extends to the teaching at the School of Planning and Architecture in New Delhi and leading to the revitalization of the walled city of the Jaipur. And since 2016, he is also trustee of the Clean Air Asia, and he serves on the technical advisory board of the tuned addressing the post-COVID urban challenges through the neuroscience and the architecture. I invite Mr. Dr. Jagan Shah, sir, for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm quite literally between you and lunch, so I'm sorry, that's a cliche, but you know, it has to be said because we're running a little late. So I'll try and stick to time. I have about 6 slides, and in fact, a lot of the content of my slides has already been spoken about by the previous speakers, and I'm very thankful that they have talked about it. What I will present is actually the sort of the mainstay of the work I do. A lot of it is policy. As was mentioned in the introduction, I helped to expand the Smart Cities mission. I not only did that, I also was part of writing the Smart Cities mission. And these opportunities are really rare opportunities to be part at the national level, to be part of actually shaping the intervention at the blueprint stage. Because the blueprint helps us determine the overall course of events. And in this regard, I'm very often asked, I'm sorry, this is a digression, but I think it's important. I'm very often asked, so have we built 100 smart cities? The idea of the Smart Cities mission was not to showcase that we've got 100 pictures to put on our wall and say, these are 100 smart cities. The idea was disruption. And I believe that we achieved disruption. What the Prime Minister gave as a brief to the Ministry of Urban Development was that the urban sector needs to be shaken up. It needs to start thinking differently. And as a result of about 7 years of the mission, one of the great achievements that we have made, and it's relevant to our conversation today, is that every city in the country today thinks of the city like it is a metabolic entity. When I say metabolic, it's sort of like the way that the human body functions. We consume things, we expel things. We are today thinking about cities very unlike what we used to think about them in 2014. So this is, you could say it's a co-benefit, but actually this was the purpose. What we also have is 5,700 projects in 100 cities, out of which close to 30% to 35% are absolutely cutting-edge, new, innovative projects, which use either technology better, or are using planning techniques better, or are using participatory process better, or using financial models which are better. So what you've created through a laboratory of 100 cities and small areas within those cities is actually the innovation output that otherwise would have taken a lot more than 7 years in the urban context in India. So in that sense, I think it's really important for me today in the presentation not to talk about what we have to do, but try and share some thoughts about how we have to go about doing this. And really, this is an open-ended question, because I think what we now have in India is a fairly advanced idea of what needs to be done, what the world is capable of doing, what we are falling short of doing. The gyan, the knowledge is available. What we are failing to be able to do is to shape the process by which we can make that difference. And that's what I do all the time, either through capacity building or through policy making. And I'd like to just share a thought experiment with you about that. 1 second. Yep. So a very quick map of the kind of capacity building rationale that we are working with right now, which is essentially to say that this is broadly a sort of a theory of change for how we need to perhaps build the capacity in our sector, which is that we've got opportunities. Not only global investors, but Indian investors, in a sense, have money in their pocket, which they would love to put into our cities, into our water supply systems, into our solid waste processing systems, into public transport, into housing. There is an opportunity to attract investment. But we are stymied by a few things. One is that the challenge of understanding the city within the region. A city seen as a municipality within municipal boundaries is no longer a tenable proposition in India. All cities have grown beyond municipal boundaries. Therefore, we cannot think of cities the way we used to think about them. Urban local bodies are an administrative entity, but they are not the city. And so suddenly things have become complicated, right? We have to think about peri-urban expansion, we need to think about urban sprawl, and we need to think about the informal systems by which people are drawing water from the ground, or levels of formality within small groups of housing where somebody is actually supplying water at a micro level outside the purview of regulation, outside the government's system, but is actually running a micro water supply system in a neighborhood. Now, these are the kinds of phenomena that we are actually dealing with. And of course, the pressures of climate change, as Professor Hamant has talked about, and migration, which is speeding up, not at the pace as it has in the rest of the world, because the agricultural economy is still a very, very significant part of our economy. To the extent that growth in agricultural jobs has actually almost exceeded the rate at which cities are providing jobs. So that's the kind of complication that India presents, and therefore we have to find a very India-specific strategy to deal with this. We have to make sure that we think about water supply as part of the essentials, which are also competing for resource, competing for political influence, competing for the attention of communities as well, because we are short on everything. We are short on housing, water supply, health infrastructure, sanitation, mobility, and short on employment. But all of these have to be thought about together. And that's what constitutes formulation of policy, because you can't think of water supply without thinking about employment. And again, to go back to what Professor Hamant said, there is an economic case which is fundamental, because water is linked to productivity. Today, if a household spends, and especially women in the household, spend 1 or 2 hours essentially managing water. And in poorer households, they're actually traveling kilometers to get water. That is productivity loss. And so no amount of skilling, no amount of education is going to change that if we don't look at the economic impact of the lack of water supply and sanitation and such like. And the process by which this has to happen is planning. So fundamentally, one of the big weaknesses, and I'm glad that at least I'm adding a little bit to the menu of challenges that perhaps my previous speakers didn't pay attention to so much, is that we're very weak on urban planning. And that is a priority that finally, at least, is now being recognized and has been recognized formally, and I will just come to that. And the instruments by which we need to fix this are finance, planning, regulations, data, technology, governance. We need to fix this. So there is an entire ecosystem change that needs to happen. And it needs to happen because actually that quotation at the bottom is actually from our finance minister. Unfortunately, this has got cut at the bottom. So our finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, said in 2022, urban planning cannot continue with a business as usual approach. We've got to make a paradigm change. And that paradigm change is what I'm currently involved in building capacity in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab, and in Chennai. The outcome we want is economic growth and prosperity. And as I said, that's where the case has to rest. All of our questions about political economy, all of our questions about why policies are not formulated for many things, rest on the fact that if you're not able to make that connection with how to achieve growth and prosperity, we will not be able to make that policy successful, because the political economy, the elected representatives, the executive, spend their days dealing with the pressures that are upon everybody to think about growth and prosperity. Because without growth and prosperity, we won't be able to assure the inclusion that Professor Haman talked about. We will not be able to deal with the desires that Madhavan talked about. We simply cannot satisfy that. We need jobs, we need productivity, we need the environment to be such that people can be productive. So a few slides to just kind of walk through what I said as a thought experiment. And some of it you'll find repetitive. Essentially, globally, there is one interesting indicator that is being used globally, especially by the IPCC. The number of people who lack sufficient water for at least 1 month per year will soar from 3.6 billion today to more than 5 billion by 20. Now, a part of that is India. 1 month over the year, they don't get water supply. So that's an interesting indicator. But more closer to home, the Niti Aayog has said that the demand for water will be twice the supply by the year 2030, 7 years from now. So twice what we are currently assuming is the demand. Water supply and wastewater treatment systems will need to outpace the growth. Again, just in time or just enough, all of this will have to be thought about in the context of the growth that we are experiencing, which is unlike the growth that is being experienced elsewhere. We are now the most populous country in the world. So governance or management and the economy of water are the top priority issues. And to that extent, we've got to deal with the fact that actually most of your water demand currently is that hole in the graph. What you're seeing is that light blue is actually mostly agriculture. But our economy is shifting away from agriculture while agriculture continues to actually consume a lot of electricity and water. Now, I have no problem with that as such, but the fact is that agriculture also needs to become more efficient. It can't be as water intensive or as energy intensive as it currently is. So we are investing in solar pumping systems for farmers so that we can take the load off, a free power supply that is provided to them, take the load off the grid. Likewise, on water as well, we've got to make the agriculture more efficient so that the demand from agriculture, that huge light blue part of the graph needs to get reduced, because the gray right on top is the urban demand, and that's going to grow much faster. Now, it's growing much faster not because, as I said, because the jobs are growing in cities more than the agriculture or anything like that, because also our migration is a constant, it moves between city and country all the time. People are not migrating in one direction anymore. They go for some part of the year to the village, then they come back to the city. And it's a very different kind of migration pattern. So the demand in the city grows because our lifestyles have changed. And your need for water changes because your desires change, to use Madhavan's term. And that desire is not something we can deny, because human development is not about mere survival. It is, as the famous Maslow's hierarchy of needs says, when we live in the city, when our children get educated, we want time for recreation. We want time to possibly even take a slightly more indulgent bath. So depriving our citizens of the little bit of that luxury that comes from higher incomes is simply saying that, hey, you can't have what the rest of the world has had. So that's impossible. The political economy cannot allow for us to tell our citizens that you can't have what comes with wealth. So it's an interesting challenge for the behavior change aspect that it raises. Just a very quick map on, and it's been talked about by Madhavan, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I think it's important to recognize that state governments are responding to, for instance, depletion of groundwater. If you see the map there, and you see the map with the parrot green showing the states which have policies in place for wastewater reuse, you realize that the depletion map and the policy response is beginning to become coterminous. And I think that's important. That's a good thing, because it's the states that have to deal with cities. It's the states that have to make all the action happen. What the central government can do is provide resource. It can help with policy, it can help with capacity building. And I think that coincidence between these two is very, very significant. The states are becoming more cognizant, whereas there was a dependence on the center only about a decade ago, which is changing. Another very quick sort of snapshot, and I think what is important here is if you look at the legend, what you see in light blue is closed drainage systems. This is related to wastewater management. Open drainage is that gap between the light blue and the light green. The light green is no drainage. Now, when we talk about the recycling, the use of grey water and so on, I see this as just a snapshot of the challenge we are facing in our cities. Imagine that you've got to deal with that light green and the gap between the two, which is open drainage, and you need to plan all of that at a neighborhood level, at a micro level outside people's homes. We are already having trouble installing our sewerage lines and installing our water supply lines. Now we also need to make sure that we capture the water that is being that is wastewater. We need to capture it so that we can treat it and then reuse it. So the complexity that is posed to the urban planner is very big. And one of the problems is urban planning in our country has only thought about land. It is a game of land, whereas actually it needs to become a game of systems. Cities are systems of systems, but urban planning departments in our country do not think of it that way. They think of it as, I've got a land bank, or I've got these many hectares to develop, and I'll just cut it up into plots and put some colors on different land uses, and that's my job. That's the paradigm shift that the finance minister talked about. We need to think about urban planning now completely differently. And that difference is what I will just come to in my last slide. I'm almost close to done. Could you go to the next slide, please? This is not working. So, I think very important, again, Professor Haman talked about inclusion. What is the only means by which inclusion can be given without it depending on discretion, or as if somebody is doing a favor to somebody in a democracy, is through standards. And the only way that we can do this is by actually focusing on establishing the standards that are already available. The CPHEO, the the Environment Engineering Organization at the center, Public Health and Environment Engineering Organization, has made these standards, which are globally benchmarked standards. But what you see in red, these are the big challenge areas. The rest, over time, our urban missions and our Jal Jeevan mission and such like will take care of that. They will take care of the networks. But can we make sure that we are metering all of the water that we are supplying? 100% metering has to be achieved. Can we make sure that the quality of the water is 100%, as per indicators which are more complex as well? Can we get 100% cost recovery? That's an enormous challenge. The problem we face today at a national policy level is that in one way or the other, there are hidden subsidies or there are overt subsidies. Every water supply scheme is actually dealing with subsidy burden. Every state government has an enormous subsidy burden. And that subsidy burden has to come down if we have to do the capital expenditure on new infrastructure. So that's the gap we need to deal with. And the efficiency in the collection of water supply related charges needs to achieve 90%. Depending on the state, it can be quite low. It can even be like 15%. So we need to change the level of efficiency of that. And we need to bring down the incidence of waterlogging and flooding, which is now related to climate change and impacts, to zero. And therefore make our cities resilient enough, deal with the stormwater drainage, deal with the wastewater collection and so on, far more efficiently. And those are problems that only the urban planners can actually deal with, because they deal with the space of the city. Next, please.
Next.
Yeah, I think this is my last slide. So what are the issues and challenges from a sort of a policy or intervention design perspective that bother me the most, and especially are forming part of the capacity building conversation we are having in 4 states? We need to sustain the economic transition from the primary sector to the tertiary sector. There will be manufacturing in between, of course, but manufacturing is a very different ballgame from basically this transition that's taking place from the broad transition from rural to urban. That transition actually has to be sustained. Again, as you saw on the map that Professor Amand showed us, most of the world has actually urbanized far more than India has. There is a clear correlation anywhere in the world between economic prosperity and urbanization. Very clear correlation. You can, we can keep talking about the fact that we can sustain this imbalance between the city and the countryside, but actually we cannot. It simply does not work. The level of wealth we need to create for our citizens can only be done through the economy of aggregation that comes from cities. Cities produce a lot more wealth because of the density of population that they have. Financing the transition, financing the adaptation, resilience, sustainability that we need is the big challenge, and therefore we need to get our systems right so that we can do that. Urban and regional planning offers the opportunity for us to do this. And digital twins, the use of GIS are just some of the tools, but they have to be the basic tools at least. Our conversation on fixing water supply, sanitation, transportation, all of these sectors or systems in the cities should no longer happen without the use of these technologies. We have to think as if we are actually planning something on the surface of the earth, not on a piece of paper. It's imperative. Integrated capacity building, and this is my last point. And I think this is where also we tend to fall short, because we do sectoral capacity building and we tend to neglect the fact that the solutions are not monosectoral. They simply aren't. There is not a single solution in the urban sector that can be solved only by one sector. It's as simple as that. Even if you dig deeper into solutions related to transportation design, you will find that there is a sewage line and a water supply line that needs to be moved, that needs to be relocated. There are consumers that need to be supplied these commodities, and so on and so forth. So What we are looking at is that we must ensure, when we look at capacity building in the water space, both water supply and management of waste water, is that we've got to have urban planners in the room with environment engineers, with economists, finance experts, social development experts, and last but not the least, behavior change experts. And I think that behavior change expertise is what will help us to at least anticipate how the population will respond to our planned efforts. And I'll stop it there, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And now we will start with the question and answer session.
Yeah, my name is Pawan, and thanks a lot for excellent presentations. I have two questions to our friend from IWWA. First of all, excellent presentation. Just wanted to know, you told that you bridged the gap and brought down support from government from $60 million to $15 million. At the same time, you told that there was a government accepted increase in say, wastewater tariff or water tariff. So, and how much I feel, how much this you could offset because of increase in tariff, and how much you could earn by selling your services and products?
Thank you for the question. The tariff has few segments: the domestic tariff, the government tariff, and the commercial tariff. The commercial tariff is reasonably quite high because it's based on annual property value coupled with the water consumption. But the domestic premise is very low. It has always been $2 per month. It's pretty low. So we have adjusted it to $2.50. Next year it will be close to $3. So it's a gradual increase. And year 2026 it will be $3.50. So the incremental of 50 cents US dollar gives the company close to 25 million ringgit additional US dollar additional revenue. Now that is one part. Now the non-revenue is growing. This year itself we estimate to generate close to 10 million US dollar from the non-core business. There's huge potentials to the non-core, and that must grow. And my advice to all water operators out here is to be as innovative as you can. Apart from focusing on your core business, explore non-core business as and when you can, because that will actually compensate and help you do other things that you need to do. Because we all come from the same policy type, politically driven. We have our own challenges. It's not easy, but we have to always innovate ourselves.
Yeah, thanks. So the last one is that I think I heard you telling that you have to comply with 7,500 parameters or something. So I couldn't probably get that. Can you please elaborate while reusing this treated wastewater?
Okay, 7,500 is the numbers of sewage treatment plants that we operate.
Okay.
So Department of Environment does spontaneous checks on the effluent.
Okay.
And so far our compliance is standing at 97%. We do have issues. One of our biggest issues is illegal pollutants. We have irresponsible parties, you rent shop lots, rent premises, you stock up your toxic waste, and then you put it inside a toilet bowl, it goes to the treatment plant. Because the sewage treatment plant is designed to treat sewage. It cannot treat anything beyond sewage. It passes through, it pollutes the environment. So how do we mitigate that is that we now identify critical areas. We have 24/7 surveillance. We work with the local authorities as well, together with the police, as well as the Department of Environment, to overcome those challenges.
Yeah, thanks.
I am Rajendra Mahulkar, Partner and Chief Executive, Engineering and Management Consultants, Pune. Now, I have two questions for Narendra in the presentation. Fortunately, little time, I gone through your compilation, that book, our friend gave it to me. So I have two very quick questions. and which is concerning a debate and conflicts which is going on in India, and that is on the standards of the treated wastewater effluents. You know, we were talking earlier of the 2030 standards, that is BOD-SS. Now, then we talked of, after 1985, we talked of the total nitrogen, then phosphorus, and then ammonical nitrogen. And particularly after, from the late 2000, we were intensely talking about this, and therefore we talked about the tertiary treatment. Now in your case, in India, now we are talking of the phosphorus as the less than 5, ammonical nitrogen less than, total nitrogen less than 5, and ammonical nitrogen again less than 10. So we don't talk now of BOD and SS. How do you tackle this issue? Because in India, we are trying to make these standards more and more stringent, and more you make the standards stringent, naturally the cost of the treatment process is going to be very, very large. So how did you deal with? Because for the municipal wastewater treatment, when we discharge out into the water bodies, it is not possible for the local municipal metro cities or big larger plants to meet with those standards. So how did you deal with this? And what is your effluent standard currently with so many of 7,500 plants? Secondly, I just went through, I have some questions, but I'll only ask 2 questions. The second question is, you talked of the inline sewer treatment through the filtration. Sewer treatment through filtration, that's what I saw that. So what is it that the proposal that you have the inline sewage treatment through the filtration? What is it that you propose to do as a next step beyond 2024, 2025? So because you have a vast agriculture, you have a good groundwater, you have paddy, which is 2 seasonal, 3 seasonal also. When I went to Malaysia and I discussed, you have 2, 3 seasonal paddy, you have extremely good palm cultivation. These are 2 very major issues where you can use the treated wastewater. So how do you correlate this? This is one, and the deep sewer tunnel, which in India, because of the World Bank, from Bombay we have tried in Ahmedabad also. How did you deal? There are a lot of issues with deep sewer tunnels. How did you deal with those issues? Thank you.
Too many questions. Okay, the Environmental Compliance Act, it was 1974, it was reviewed in 2009. So we have Environmental Quality Sewerage Regulation. So when that came into force, out of the 7,500 plants, we have issues pertaining to 3,000 plants, unable to comply to the new standards that the government has imposed since 2009. Now, what we did is, in Malaysia it's a bit different. When a property developer comes in place, he connects to the public system, he has to pay 1% of the contribution fee of the property value to the government. Now the government collects this fund, it's called Sewerage Contribution Fund. So we have unlocked this fund, and we're in the midst of upgrading the plants in stages to meet the new Environmental Sewage Regulation 2009. We are completing 644 plants by end of this year, early next year, and we'll be embarking into the balance 2,200 plants. Those are some of the initiatives. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So, okay, now we have 2 categories, plants that are located above water intake point, plants that are located below water intake point. Above water intake point is much more stringent compared to, okay, I can give you offhand, I can give you like BOD has to be less than 20, correct Vijay? Phosphorus, what is it? Yeah, okay. All right, I think my click will help answer that. Okay, we'll take it offline, I'll share with you, but basically it is above water intake and below water intake, it is much more stringent if it's above water intake. What I'll do is after this session, we will share with you the details. Now, okay, in Malaysia, it's unlike Singapore. In Singapore, they are implementing DTSS, deep tunnel sewerage system. In Malaysia, we only have sewer pipes. The deepest we go is minus 15 meters. So we do not have deep tunnels in Malaysia. You probably saw smart tunnel in Kuala Lumpur. Smart tunnel is completely different. It's not a sewer tunnel. Smart tunnel is a flood mitigation. Yeah, that's for water supply. Yeah, it's not mentioned, but it's for water supply. In Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, there's a tunnel called Smart Tunnel. During heavy intensity rainfall, to avoid flooding Kuala Lumpur, the Smart Tunnel actually during the dry season is a traffic bypass. So you have cars going under the tunnel, but when there's heavy downpour, we close the tunnel and all water is diverted there. And eventually after the rain stops, it's being pumped to the reservoir nearby. So that is a smart tunnel. But when it comes to sewerage, we don't have deep tunnel in Malaysia as yet.
Okay. I request all the participants that remaining questions we will discuss during the lunch, because we have already delayed this particular session. So now we will start the felicitation of this session.
Thank you, all of you. Your words have truly sparked our imagination and ignited a passion for exploring new frontiers. So, with a quote that I just read some time back, I would like to quote it, like, don't forget to save the rain to avoid and prevent tomorrow's pain. We must make water conservation a priority of every nation. So with this quote, we come to the end of this session. I request all of you to please proceed towards the lunch. But there is an announcement, because we have people in large numbers over here, and just for your convenience, we have arranged for the lunch at 2 different venues. So I request the dignitaries, the COM members, spouses and speakers to proceed towards the lunch on the ground floor, and the other delegates and MGP people in the Pendol, just exactly opposite this building. Thank you so much. I'll see you after the lunch.
Good afternoon. And coming from the last session, when we talked about the broader issues of water, I'm going to speak about very specific task. That's a very specific issue. That's on water quality, and limiting to drinking water quality, called water that is used for, required for drinking and cooking purposes only, and the quality of water that we require for drinking and cooking, and that constitutes very small demand when you compare with the requirement with the industry or in irrigation. So limiting to drinking water quality, that's one area which I have been little passionate about it. I've been looking into data. As you saw in my designation, like I've been a monitoring person, so not to say as a water quality person, but I have been monitoring water quality data for decades, like for past 2 decades, and I understand the challenges, what is coming as a drinking water quality, and which are the areas, which are the issues which are affected with drinking water quality problems. So I'll limit myself to drinking water quality problems in this session. So the contents I have arranged here like this. I'll highlight few studies. That's well-known studies, like what are the symptoms or what are the reasons for drinking water quality problems in India, particularly urban India. Then I have taken 3 case studies. One, I have taken a Delhi Jal Board as an example. Then we have 2 internal studies. That's small towns and major towns, considering we have some utilities there and they are managing water supplies and the challenges faced by people living in small towns and major towns. So these are another case study which I have taken up. So based on the data, I'm trying to present the picture, like highlight the issues, and then I think what is the way forward. So my suggestion, I'm thinking about how to crowdsource water quality data. That's an approach I'm trying to bring in. So that's a way we can think about. So these are certain things which I'm going to talk about. I hope to keep within the time. So let's go to the first. So without taking much time, I'll just quickly brief about my organization. That's WaterAid India, and I've been working for almost over a decade. Safe water, clean toilets, and decent hygiene facilities. This is our norm. Like wherever we work, we try to ensure the people should have access to clean water, safe toilet, and decent hygiene facilities. So, and we are an international charity having presence in more than 26 countries. In India, we are working in multiple states, and our mission is, the target group, people we are trying to address are the poorest and the most marginalized people. We think that improving access to safe water and providing clean toilet, good toilet, and hygiene facilities, we can make a fundamental change of transformative change in their lives. So these are the basic things, and we aim that these should be accessible to everyone in the country. There are certain geographical presence. So we work in several states in India, including some presence in Maharashtra. Please go to the next. Yeah. So one of our mandate is wherever we invest in our water sources, where we create a drinking water facility, we ensure it must be safe. So water quality testing and treatment, that becomes our focus. So what we do, we involve communities in the testing process. We involve the communities in the testing process, and we build their capacities that they understand what is drinking water, what is safe drinking water, and then we often provide them a low-cost treatment method, how best they can treat water at their home, what are the best ways to, or low-cost methods to treat water. And these are certain parameters basic parameters, we follow the national standard, and as per the national standard, we guide them to conduct water quality test in the community. So every year, we conduct tests for more than 1,000 samples, water samples, rural areas, small towns, and urban areas. And imagine a person who is living in a small town or in a village can talk about water quality. They understand what are the quality, when we say safe water, what does it mean by safe water? So these are something we have trying to build into their capacities, and you will be surprised to know, many people, they know what are the basic standards of safe water. And every year we are investing in their capacity, and every year we train more than 100 people every year on conducting safe water testing and treatment methods. So these are some of the work relating to water quality that we do. Now coming to the major studies, I'll just focus quickly on three. One of the area which highlights the poor pollution and poor sanitation facilities, that's a cause for poor water supply, because the pipe water supply system infrastructure is not that good, and the pollution and the poor sanitation, that's causing pollution in a drinking water system. I live in Delhi, and every year, at least 2-3 times, we face a problem of water quality. There's some problem with the water. and we have to call to the nearest executive engineer, like call nearest Delhi Jal Board office to provide solution to that. So that's like the city like in Delhi, that we face a problem mainly because of the poor infrastructure facilities and the pollution in the sewer lines. That's affect the quality. Please go back. Second, please go back. Yeah. Then another study which very much highlights the quality of output water that's produced in our filtration plants. That may be a world class, that may be the best class, but as the water travels from trunk mains to the service reservoirs, quality deteriorates. So this is another finding, and this is what I'm trying to highlight. And maybe we'll try to find some answers with my data, which I'm trying to bringing in here. And then third, like intermittent water supply, many people have already spoken about it. And because of when the pressure drops to zero, at that time water seeps into the pipes because of there's no water. So these are certain symptoms, and we are trying to explore the region with more data. Please, next slide. So the first case study, that's a Delhi Jal Board. This is a typical one report you will find in the website of Delhi Jal Board. And every day, so there are 8 labs, 8 zonal labs in Delhi Jal Board, and there every zone is conducting some water sample test, and that's like a reported online. So I'll applaud the authorities, first of all, for bringing this kind of transparency in the system, because it informs that people or public that, okay, these are the water quality we are collecting and we are testing. So that's the first thing that trying to build the transparency in the system. The data also talks about the functioning of the lab and the risk. Second is, this kind of data brings assurance to the consumer that, okay, somebody has come to test our water sample. Somebody has come to test a water sample at our household. That's a kind of assurance that people get, okay, whenever there is a problem, the people will come. So that's a very good effort, I'll say, from the Delhi Jal Board. And third, like they provide remedial measure. So these are some good points about the data that comes out from the. And every day you will find there's a bunch of data, from 10, 15 days data they upload, and one can download, and this is available in the public domain. So that's one point, good point about that. So let's go to the next point, next slide. So what I did, I downloaded one bunch of data, random, and that had a 19 days data, and that constituted around 8,420 samples. And out of that, so I found 97% had a satisfactory quality of water. So, and not satisfactory were only merely 3.27. That's a good, good standard. We'll see that how what are the issues behind. But assumption is assuming that bacteriological parameter must be tested. That's most important and should be tested. So they are conducting tests, they are reporting the not satisfactory sample and the number of, but the report, what we get is like a indication that it is a bacteriological safe or not safe. That's one aspect. Then from every zone, a representative sample is tested. That's another assumption that we assume that there are 8 zonal labs, and from each lab, some samples are being tested. I guess I should hope that this is a representative of that particular zone. And third, sample is collected from the consumer's end. So these are certain things we can assume from the data. What is it? Of course, I'm not saying that this is the data which is available in the public domain, but there could be more data which is not maybe at the lab level and which is usually not accessible to people outside. Next. So, looking at the data, you can see this chart, and we can draw three major conclusions. there are 8 zonal labs. So each lab, the blue bars is showing the number of samples, and unsatisfactory samples are shown in the orange color. So what we see here, like every zone, like if you take the Delhi as an entire city, every zone has some water quality problem. Like it is not that it's some part of the Delhi, some of the part of the city is getting good water, and some part has a poor quality. So you can see orange bar is available, is present in each zone. Second, look at the lab 6. If you can see here, lab 6, sometimes, so it clearly indicates, if you can take the higher number of the sample, you take the larger number sample size, the possibility of getting not satisfactory samples will be higher. That's very obvious, but that comes up very clearly from this. So if you take the more number of samples, what I'm trying to say, if you take, you involve people or whatever the way, if there are more number of samples you conduct sample test, their possibility of getting more not satisfactory sample. If you look at, please can you go back? So here I'm out of the 8,420 samples, I'm saying 3.27% is what out of 8,000 samples, the 3.27 were not satisfactory. Go to the first slide, please. Yeah, go back. Yeah, and here is the corner. You will find that only 1.67% samples are not satisfactory. So what is very clearly says, like when you bring more number of data, when you test more samples, number of the not satisfactory sample. So the point is like whether we need to require what is the adequate number of samples that should be tested. Next, third, yeah, good, yeah. Go back, last point. And some of the area, the third conclusion, which we can draw from these charts, that some of the areas out of 8 zonal labs or 8 zones, some of the zones may have a larger or maybe significantly higher number of not satisfactory sample. That brings out the possibility of having contaminants present in that area. So look at the lab 2, where the proportionate number of the not satisfactory samples are very, very high when compared to, yeah, next.
Please try to conclude.
So next, let's go to the next point. Is it, my time is over or what?
Yeah, it's already over.
Okay, so I'll just quickly highlight 2 other case studies, then come to the point. So another case study, that's an internal, we did it. So we did in 5 small towns, and we took samples from public tap and pipe water supply, household connections. So total coliform and the E. coli, that's another specific issue which we came across. Please go to the next one. Then on priority chemicals, we didn't find much issue, like all the samples were safe. Please go to the next one. Yeah, iron and nitrate, they were not found. Next, go to the, but the issues are clearly that pH or maybe turbidity or maybe TDS or maybe hardness, that comes a very, very significant, and that's the reason why people are using purifiers, home-based purifiers. So when, so in the smallest towns that we found, TDS being an issue, hardness being an issue, turbidity being an issue, and bacteriological parameters, that's being a major issue. Please go to the next one, that's the third case study. Please go to back, yeah, next, yeah. This is another case study, quickly I'll summarize it. So again, in this case, we tested bacteriological parameters, and we found 26% samples were not safe. Then we found very highly unacceptable level of total dissolved solids, and that were going 1000 milligram per liter, that you can see in that the table on the right hand side, and that's really unacceptable that utilities are there and they're performing the roles. And even the turbidity, some certain cities, you will find 10.3 in Jabalpur or Pune, and 9.7.6 NTU. That's really a question mark over the performance of the utilities. Let's go to the next. And similarly, we found 15% of the household, like they had a problem with the hardness. Let's go to the next one quickly. Yeah, and one more point here, like on priority chemicals, if you can say include arsenic, fluoride, nitrate, and iron, we found at least 2 samples out of more than 100 towns. We collected data, at least 2 samples, Nashik and Ranchi, they had a slightly evidences of arsenic presence. In fluoride, Jodhpur was there, and similarly nitrate was there in many cities, and iron was not there. So these are certain things. So these are the detailed highlight we need to think about. So please go to the next one quickly. Yeah, so these are the certain evidences that brings out clearly reason to bring purifiers, use home-based purifiers, and Ministry of Drinking Water, Consumer Affairs have brought the advisory on purchase of people to like what the kind of home purifier they should buy. Now, the key approach, the key message is like in the first case, the Delhi Jal Board, they use their staffs to collect data. In a other case, like we hired external agencies. And the third case, like we involve the users themselves testing the water sample. So crowdsourcing is a case like which we think that users themselves can bring test water quality at their home. And this is possible with we have an extensive network of mobile telecom operators. There we can upload data. We have a very good quality of field testing kit which are available to test water samples at site, and this is possible. So this is how we can think about. And in the last exercise, we collected sample from more than 300 samples from more than 100 towns and at no cost. So this is the advantage of crowdsourcing of data. Let's go to the last slide. There. So this is a design like you involve users, you have a server, you have a mobile phone, and then you have utilities. So together we can think about. So last message is let's go the final. So my suggestion is like the responsibility of the utilities are that they should manage the priority chemicals and other parameters, but the bacteriological parameters, given the reality, we should encourage the households to conduct tests. Thank you.
Thank you, Udayji. I would request the next speaker now, because you have already exceeded your time, so other speakers' time I don't want to kill. So my next speaker is Ms. Isha. Ms. Isha is a Deputy Chief Operating Officer at the Global Water and Sanitation Center at AIT Thailand. She also holds a position in Regional Technical Coordinator in the Citywide Inclusive Sanitation Technical Assistant Hub in South Asia. She has been a research associate and extensively worked on the naturally acceptable technologies, technologically sustainable projects at AIT. And she has completed her master's from the Stuttgart University. I would request Ms. Nisha to proceed with her presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you so much organizers today for this opportunity. And it's a great pleasure to be here and to speak about a little bit different today. We have talked about sanitation a little bit, but it's not talked extensively. And when we are talking about circularity and circular economy, we cannot really not consider wastewater management and the reuse potential out of it. So what I will be talking today is in terms of the public service approach for citywide inclusive sanitation, and also in terms of the resource recovery. Yeah, as mentioned, I'm the Deputy Chief Operating Officer at Global Water and Sanitation Center. Just to quickly go through what the center is, we are a partnership between the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Asian Institute of Technology in Thailand, mainly to scale citywide inclusive sanitation and transformative technologies in the region. By region, I mean South Asia and Southeast Asia. Our vision being to accelerate the efforts that are ongoing in the region to achieve the SDG 6 by 2030, and also the mission being there is a lot happening in the region in terms of innovation, in terms of experts, and in terms of the information that's already there. How do we bring it into a platform and then try to come up with solutions to bridge the gap in terms of the inequalities in WASH. We have several verticals in the center, but one of the key work that we do is to provide technical advisory support in planning, designing, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of sanitation projects, working with the governments and development partners as well as international financing institutes. And this is why we come in, and our major focus being on the non-sewer sanitation. I think the audience here in the room would not, we already have the answer to the hypothesis mentioned there. Most of the speakers before have also mentioned that, the global population, the urban population growing faster and faster than the infrastructure growth, but also at the same time to see the trend on where is the sanitation solution, what is being adopted so much. What I want to highlight here is in terms of the shift to the on-site sanitation systems, because as the population has changed from 2000 to 2022 with 59% of urban population growth, around 3.8 out of the 7 billion population have had access to improved sanitation. But how did they achieve to that access to improved sanitation is through reliance on the non-sewer sanitation. That was by 1.9 billion people. And the growth rate of talking about the seaward connection, considering the non-sewer sanitation is the difference. It's 0.41% for sewer connections and 0.54% points per year for the non-sewer sanitation. So as we see the picture, it's not only the centralized the sewer system that's the solution, but there is also a large significant work from the non-sewer sanitation that we are aiming to achieve SDG 6. Moving on. And we do also know, the efforts that we are making now, it's not really sufficient. We are off track. The efforts have to be multiplied by 5 times if we are only talking about assessing the universal coverage and safely managed sanitation by 2030. And when we look at the recent data, although there has been a lot of significant improvement and achievement by the low income and lower middle income countries, but then again what we see is what is the sanitation solutions adopted, mainly being the non-sewer sanitation. And when we are talking about accessibility, and I think this question has also, and the topic has also come up again in the former presentations about the equity, the inclusivity, and looking at the subsidies. What we see is that in terms of the subsidies that go up for sanitation, 56% of subsidies end up in the pockets of the richest 20%, but only 6% of subsidies find their way to the poorest 20%. So how do we also make sure that our sanitation services are inclusive? Quickly moving on. So what we do at the center is we take the public service approach to enhance, to achieve citywide inclusive sanitation. And just to quickly brief over what is citywide inclusive sanitation, what do we mean by it, is that we focus mainly on the lower 3, that is the responsibility, accountability, resource management, and resource planning and management. When we strengthen that, we definitely reach to achieving equitable, accessible, safe, and sustainable sanitation. And it's a public service approach. So how do the center, we usually support the government and the IFIs to plan for this, is I think the speaker before also highlighted on the importance of GIS data. And we take the GIS platform, GIS application very much seriously into planning and designing this. And of course, data is another concern, but what we have also tried and figured out is that there are substantial number of secondary data sources that can be used to do the level of planning that we provide. So the first attempt is to identify, to understand the city in terms of the environmental, the economic, the topographic, all these vulnerabilities, and some of the examples being like, what's the housing structure type in the city, but also at the same time, what are the existing infrastructure, natural drainage, or the municipal drainage system that's there. And how do we see the accessibility? Because when we are talking about non-sewer sanitation, we also have to see how far are these on-site systems from the household and the road to ensure that there is collection, the possibility of collection. And how do the road network look like? So this is all this when we take into consideration and overlap. The next thing that we do is that we identify is how does the city look like in terms of what does our and which zones of our city need what kind of sanitation solutions. So when we identify the certain pockets of the city being served by sewer sanitation and by non-sewer sanitation, and when we talk about the completeness of citywide inclusive wastewater management now, I think we all agree here that when we're talking about wastewater management, usually meaning what wastewater delivered from the pipe network, but then as we also saw that there are pockets of cities where both sewered and non-sewered coexist. But then when we are talking about non-sewered specific, we cannot consider it safe until and unless there is safe containment, and which the speaker before me also mentioned in terms of the water quality testing, where you can have the total coliform or E. coli present until and unless we don't have a safe containment system that could infiltrate to our groundwater. So in terms of considering the non-sewer sanitation as one of the complete solution would be taking into consideration the safe containment and also taking into consideration the gray water management, which usually in the case of networked system is taken care by the network. And what do I still have time? 2 minutes, okay, I'll finish by then. So what do we do to identify what kind of containment systems are required? We have a framework taking the economic and the environmental vulnerabilities, but also the topographic, like how far and hard the households and the locations are to reach. But what it has given us the possibility, because we work with the banks and the government investment is something that's very much crucial, like how much is the investment required and how much would be what kind of infrastructure would be required. So the framework helps us identify what kind of containment improvement strategy has to go for which of the zones. And the public service approach, the citywide inclusive sanitation approach also helps in terms of resource optimization. To quickly go through each of these maps, one thing is that we are looking at co-treatment, the possibility of co-treatment where your existing STPs can also treat your fecal sludge, but at the same time we also don't want to overshock the treatment plants with the load. So this eventually helps us to plan which STP at what period of time can collect the fecal sludge, but also at the same time to see how far are each of these settlements and where could be the possibility of a location, so that we are not overspending in terms of identifying 2 or 3 FSTPs, but taking distance into consideration. We say that, okay, this is the prominent location where we can have the fecal sludge treatment plant, standalone systems, but also to see how can we have additional infrastructure. Again, the same thing, having a standalone or additional infrastructure. Similarly, as we talked about the grey water management, this is our intervention that we had done for Ranchi. So how do we optimize the resources? There is already an ongoing plan for IND and also the sewerage coming up, but when we are looking at the areas that are served by non-sewer sanitation, grey water being essential, how can we take the existing infrastructures into consideration. So just giving an example, how many percentage of the existing locations can be connected to the sewer network in time to come. Similarly, if the existing intercept and diversion can be utilized, the pumping stations can be utilized, or the manholes. And what we came out of this analysis was that only 15% of the investment was required to have an independent system. So that was the objective. And the last slide being, in terms of the resource recovery, how does CWIS help, the citywide inclusive sanitation approach help in resource recovery? Is the planning that goes on, example, the bulk wastewater generator, where the water that is generated on site is being treated for the other multiple purposes. And for the larger application, I don't think I have to explain, because the speakers before have already said. But yeah, when we are talking about the treatment of the wastewater, looking at from the point of reclaiming the treated wastewater. And quickly to go through, like, we are also working on the innovation part of it, and we are talking about the transformative technology, the thermal-based systems called the Omni processor, which helps treat both the STP sludge and then also the fecal sludge, because eventually what we are looking for, what we are seeing as a challenge is in terms of the land, the cost, the OPEX, if we have to see, but also in terms of what happens to the pathogens and the nutrient recovery. So to a certain extent, the innovation that has happened in terms of treating the fecal sludge and the sewage sludge is there to adopt, but then yeah, it will take some time to do. But that's also one of the front where we are supporting the government and the IFIs. Some of these treatment plants are already there in Senegal, in Bangladesh, and also in India, in Vadodara. Yeah. So this is it, and thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Isha, for concluding your presentation within a time frame. I can request one or two questions, because she has done a wonderful presentation which combines the use of technology and the technological innovations together to solve the major problems at a low cost. So I would like to have one or two questions from the audience, and then we can proceed to these. If there are... Yeah, that is also okay. Okay. So next speaker is Dr. Dole Prasad, who has expertise in urban water sector and specialized in planning. He is serving as a manager at Kathmandu Upatyaka KUKL. So I would request Dr. Dole.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. And first, I'd like to thank the organizer for providing me this opportunity to be here and make my presentation. I'm from the utility operator, and I'll talk about the utility perspective of the utility perspective. Okay, if you don't mind, I'd like to start my presentation with whiskey, because of course after the launch, Mark Twain, whiskey and the water. But Mark Twain says whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. Now this quotation is becoming more popular. It has become a political issue, and itself the water and wastewater management is very complex, and it is dynamic system. Whenever the dynamic system, and it is difficult to manage it. Okay, these are the outline presentation of my presentation. Okay, just this is the overview of my organization, because in the Kathmandu Valley, the water supply pipeline system started in 1893. And here you can see the remarkable institutional reform have been undergoing. And now the Kathmandu Company Limited, it is a utility operator in the Kathmandu Valley, which is the capital city of Nepal. Yes, this is just the working area of the Kathmandu Valley, and it is 605 kilometers square. Okay, just this is the scenario of the water supply and demand, because we have a demand 472 million liters per day, and just we have the maximum production is 157. There is a huge gap. These are the key stakeholders in waste sector. I need to fly so many slides. And these are the sector legislative framework. Also, just you can read from the slides will be shared among the participants and the gentlemen. The SDG 2013 agenda, just we can categorize into the 4 parts: social pillar, environmental pillar, economic pillar, and law and governance pillars. And today we are having a discussion on the environmental pillar. This is the target and achievement of the 2013 agenda, and we yet to be achieved because we're far behind to achieve this target. You can see here, but because the Kathmandu Valley wastewater management system, we are very poor stage. Now just you can see here, only the 2% of the wastewater, only the wastewater treated percentage is only the 2% from the, we can get from the municipal wastewater system and from the toilet and from the individual house. And the 98% of the sewage is directly discharged into the water bodies, and you can see in the Kathmandu Valley, the image of water bodies is not very smelly. This is the existing practice in water contamination, because there is a huge gap between demand and supply, and there is a toilet and some of the cases we have, because there is a chance of the water contamination. This is the network scenario. It is not well designed and prepared. You may wonder, 80% of the network there is an undersized network we have, already solicited. And to overcome this situation, because we have started constructing the interceptor along the rivers, and we have formulated the project, but it is very difficult to replace the sewer pipe in the already settled city. There is a bunch of challenges and the issues, because I don't have time to go everyone. The challenge, the issues are more similar. This is a comparative study, and what are the major limitation and constraint between the developing country. We have summarized the limited and listed the major constraints in the wastewater management system. If we put into the, because we are talking about wastewater management. The wastewater management is the one component of urban water security. If we talk about the water security perspective view, because water security, and this is the recent research I have conducted. And if we put into the water security dashboard, you can see the red one. The red one is the very insecure, and the insecure, but just you can see it like this. And if you put into the dashboard, you can see the main status of the water sewerage management, and altogether the PCRI system. And also all the listages are here, and this is the scenario we have. This is the overview of the technology of the process, and what is the recovery, how the recovery like this. This is the scenario with the consumption of the water, and the industry produce the wastewater. And on the other hand, the high income countries and middle countries, what is their status in the sewage percentage of the sewage treated system. These are just local challenges also, because the water is a global commodity, and what are the global changes, global wastewater management resource challenges. Because whenever we shift from the Millennium Development Goal to the Sustainable Development, it has become the challenges. No time to explain here. And other the global change drivers we have, the climate change, population growth, and urbanization, and everyone. And this, the another thing is the wastewater management and resource recovery challenges, and just in the keynote speakers and many issues have been already presented. We talk about the resource recovery, but we developing country circular economy concept and process is not so easy. For example, because for the resource recovery perspective, which technology we need to use and what governance arrangement we need to make.
recovery. So we'll be focusing more on the reuse of treated water, which we feel is the most important, resource recovery from the wastewater management. So just talking about, again, the numbers, pan-India numbers, there are two challenges, that we are facing. One is, on the one hand, we have, a large volume of sewage, which is generated and not treated, polluting our, water bodies, posing the challenge of public health. So the numbers are like, we have almost 40,000 million liter of sewage getting discharged into water bodies untreated each day. On other hand, all the speakers have spoken about the scarcity, water scarcity, less water. So why don't we look at this, reuse of treated water as an opportunity to fill this gap of demand and supply? Because once we treat the water, sewage, it becomes a water. So let's not talk about potable reuse, but at least industrial reuse is very much possible. And there's a huge quantum possible for, reuse of this treated water in India. And I'll take the case study of the power plants and, let's talk about how big is this opportunity. Globally, the developed countries are treating their sewage more than 75%. But in India, as we know, it is hardly 5 to 25% of sewage that is getting treated. And the reuse, which is, a big opportunity, we see developed countries, it's more than 25% of their treated water getting reused. In India, it is just the beginning. We are in that 0 to 5% bracket, but largely towards 0, not towards 5. So the gap is pretty huge, and opportunity is also very huge. China has been, developing infrastructure to reuse treated water, and they have their clear goals of, including all the provinces, they have the goals to use more and more treated sewage water for their industries and other agriculture purposes. Now, what is required in India is this integrated approach, because the water source in India is same and shared. Okay, all our rivers, our water bodies, they are the source. They are the source for, the cities, towns. They are source for industries, and they are source for agriculture. The source remains same. For the cities, we treat water. We try to give 24/7 water to people. People use it. Sewage, they say 80% of the water comes as a sewage. And then comes the issue, which we have seen, sewage not getting treated. Now, if we treat this sewage and we give it to the industries, the source is conserved or source is spared. So idea is basically how can, we use more and more treated sewage water with the industries, okay? Let me talk about a case study, a very large case study, probably the largest installation of reused water in India is in Nagpur, okay? Nagpur is a city, second capital of Maharashtra, a city of more than 25 million population, and we have our own set of challenges, including, sewage not getting treated and funds not available. So Nagpur Municipal Corporation came out with this contract of 200 million liter per day sewage treatment plant on a PPP mode, 100% investment by the private operator, and then further reuse of this treated water, okay? So right now, what we see is 200 MLD of sewage going to a place called Bhandewadi, where a new sewage treatment plant is constructed on a SBR technology, and then 190 MLD. So 100 MLD is going to Khaparkeda power plant, which is, the Maharashtra generation company power plant. 90 MLD is going to Koradi power plant. So 190 MLD out of 200 MLD is getting, reused by the power plant. And that large, huge amount of water that the power plants were using is now available for the cities and the agriculture, okay? This treated water is sold to the power plant, okay? So it's not just the, free of cost supply of water, it is sold. The revenue that is generated is making this entire ecosystem, this infrastructure investment into this STP and tertiary treatment and the pipeline and the operational cost, this entire gets recovered through the sale of treated water. Now this particular project has resulted into a Government of India policy, wherein all power plants in India now have to mandatorily reuse the sewage treated water if it is available in the 50-kilometer vicinity of the power plant. And also to make this cycle financially sustainable for power plants, this cost of treated water is now allowed as a pass-through tariff. Okay, so this is not even a financial burden on the power plant. They can, charge this to their customers through a incremental tariff cost. So this is entire, circular economy and the ecosystem that, gives us a win-win infrastructure. Now see the potential. In India, 5,600 MLD of treated water can be used with the power plants. Apart from power plants, there are industries like refineries, ports, railway stations where this can be largely deployed on a commercial basis. And then agriculture is another avenue where this secondary treated water, there is no need of a tertiary treatment also there, or maybe some small tertiary treatment. This large amount of treated water can be deployed with the agriculture sector. So this is win, 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 win. You put whatever wins, and this is that kind of a structure where, it's a quantum leap towards our Honorable Prime Minister's commitment at COP, SDG and these COP summits. We can create a fresh source. I mean, if we use this fresh water with the people, giving the treated water to the industry, almost 12 to 15 crore people can get fresh water that otherwise the industries are consuming. So there is a large impact, and there is a large scope for private investment into this. Because there is this, the power plants which are a good financial guarantors. There is a big scope of PPPs, bringing the private investment here. Just for the power plants, investment of 30,000 crores can come into this. Millions of jobs can be created. So it will create a huge new ecosystem, and this is the reason we propose this reuse of treated water should be deployed.
Last 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. So what we are suggesting here is to scale up this reuse. I mean, we saw that it's all win-win-win. So just to scale up this, can we have a mission? We have Amrut 2.0 mission. We have multiple missions, smart city mission. Can we have a reuse mission where this entire ecosystem can be institutionalized, and this entire project can be ramped up on a pan-India basis, benefiting the entire nation. So with this thought, I'll take your leave. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Satyajit, for completing the task within time. Now I request Mr. S.S. Balaji, who is the manager at Water Management Division, L&T, to give his presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for a quick introduction. Yeah, good evening, everybody, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So I'm going to take you through the session. Just one small request. I'm basically a shy person, then an introvert, more than that, a person with a 200% stage fear. So this is what I was some 5 years before. So, but when, before I get into this water domain, so once the water domains, first I'll tell you what is 200% stage fear. A person with 100% stage fear will stay as an audience. But it is so happened for me in such a way that one speaker has shown me inside an auditorium of 600 plus 700. He has asked me. So I mean, he has started asking some queries. So even from the next time onwards, I was totally away from the auditorium as well. So this was about my introduction, from 5 years before. But the water management, when we get inside water management, I mean, we have started learning many things, and it's something like I started to campaign. Whenever a stage is there, I never missed even a single stage. It's not about the podium at here. It's about the podium anywhere. Even for my flats association, where my society is there, my society, my college, I mean, I've become a speaker as a whole, because the water has changed our life, and this is one such opportunity for me. Thanks for the opportunity for my company as well as for the forum. Yeah, so quickly get inside. Yeah, so this is something like a contamination assessment. So you can see, it's about the water quality, what we are discussing now. So you can see there. The laser is not pointing. Anyways, So if you can see the top 3 slides, I don't know what the container is doing inside the pipeline. It's a jam container. And obviously tree roots, yes, we cannot avoid that, no doubt. And if you can come to there is a big blockage, it's because of the earth lumps, right? So the problem is this is going to be persistent. Whenever the network gets old, say 20, 30 years, obviously these problems will be persisting only. There is no doubt that, anyway we can change the network. So how long it will sustain? The maximum lifetime is given as 30 years as per CPHU as a whole. So if we can get inside, the challenges will be there. But we should go for a mitigation approach. The challenges will always be there, anytime down the line. So what we have done is recently, we have been purchased. So this, so this machine, which is an endoscopic camera. So the main challenge is that, so far, we have all the visuals are from one of the sites at Karnataka. So the main challenge is, so they have been there for more than 10 plus years, right? It is creating troubles for the entire, the society, right? So what has happened after we purchased this camera? So we have started identifying it just, we have surveyed for just 20 kilometers. In 20 kilometers, we had 350 observations. Out of 350 observations, there are 60 contamination spots. Pipe deformations, pipe blockages, umpteen are there actually. It's around a 20 plus year old network. So these are actually, but the main suggestion is, so after we purchase this camera, so we have started identifying everything. Now, the people are very much happy about, moving forward. And one important update I would like to give you all. So now, hope everybody is aware about this tunnel collapse at Uttarakanshi, right? So for Uttarakanshi tunnel, the same camera has been sent. So hope you would have been the day 10th of the rescue mission. So the images of the workers, our own fellow citizens, have been there. So the same camera has been sent there from L&T. L&T has sent that, and the first visuals are out. So because the NDRF personnel, they have aghast. So sir, this kind of technologies are available still for an endoscopic camera. We know endoscopy for our own in medical devices, but where this has come from? Of course, it is an imported one, but I'm just telling you the technology grows. The more it grows, the more we need to acquire, the more we need to process, and the more we need to improve the humanity. So these are. Yeah, so this is one of the figures which we can show contamination for these 3 projects, which I was just talking about. So around more than 20,000 citizens, just 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers, we covered 20,000 plus citizens. So this is one of the great achievement done by L&T and our team at the project site. Now we have purchased more equipments. Now we are doing more studies just to improve the humanity. If you can say, for these things are not of cost. Okay, this is just to serve the people in the simpler terms. So now coming back to this. So now for put an end to all such problems, the water management is the only solution. So once the water management is perfect, it's very well established, 24/7 network is established, things will be of the right order. So 100%, once the pipelines are charged without leaks, obviously it is going to create a moment. But of course, it was a distant dream before, but now also the distance has come a little bit. It has come to a near stage. But obviously, we are into a transition stage down the line. Yes, we will surpass this stage in such a way. One fine day will come that India will go 24/7 all across. Yeah. So now we are going to talk about technologies. So we have a software called a GEM. So this is a leak reporting software. So now the problems are like in water domain, the challenge. Although there are challenges, there are so easy ways of addressing it. So today's challenge is going to be there forever, correct? So that being the case, our water teams will have always the time, to go and control it. Always the location or the pipelines will give an opportunity. Today you please search the leak. At least today. Today you please search the contamination. So those opportunities we should avail in such a way that we used to get into technologies like what we do. Even any bypasser, anyone who is passing by the location, he can report leaks in the software, in the app. Just if you know, that's all. Now it comes to L&T, so L&T will go there and address it. So that is the way, we are just fast forwarding. We are just fast forwarding addressing the problems. So next, form-air gas leak detection. So this is one of the, in the beginning, actually Pune, in one of the projects we have done. So previously gas, why gas? And former gas is actually, it's a hydrogen. 5% of hydrogen and 95% nitrogen. Right? So in the beginning, it's like people are very much, afraid. So why we are doing hydrogen into the pipeline? So we have just shown them, we have just proved them. We have got experts internationally, and then we have just proved them they are able to do. Now we are able to find many leaks in the system through the former gas, which is somewhat, the easier method to find to trap the leaks at the earliest. So we have signed a partnership with the Denmark government. So almost, actually there is one more point is there. Actually, being into water, we should not reinvent, because the reinvent will cost time, and it will cost more efforts, it will cost R&D. So this is the biggest challenge. So now the best idea to come out, to negate is, let us go and have a partnership. Once we go establish a partnership who is highly settled externally, so that comes, the problems will come to an end very, very soon. Obviously, as I told you, we have to fast forward to attain some solution. Because India, obviously, we are number one in population, right? So we cannot go in a step-by-step manner. We have to go in a bullet train fashion, so that, we can go and, attain the check boxes.
Mr. Balaji, we have last 2 minutes.
Yeah, please. Then automated metering infrastructure, yeah, we have done it in Pune projects. So it is working very well successful. More than all devices are communicating in the right directions. And there is no need of a meter reader. There is no need of such efforts to get the collection. It will get the data. We will be able to collect the data in the live manner. So next, coming to the digital twin, this is what we are looking for. What is a digital twin? Digital twin means, suppose, see, any network, for identifying the problems, it requires umpteen, numbers of equipments, bulk flow meter, pressure sensor, multiple bulk flow meters, multiple clamp on flow meters. So all this costs money to the, the water companies, okay? So that much it is not required. So now we have got into some A and ML, we have done it, we have co-created a solution in such a way that with a minimum, suppose if you can give any one DMA, in this DMA we will just, add only very few equipments, very few, or whatever the equipments available for a water utility, we will just add it. We will take the data, the system will give you the result. These are all the rank 1 leaks. The leaks are here, the unaccounted water is here. So likewise it will give. Previously we used to go with our own leg efforts. The leg work is very much high. But now this is iterative. In the sense, today 10 ranks were there. If you address after 7 ranks, or even 10 ranks, that will give the, once again, automatically go and attend this, go and attend this. So this is the way it is getting addressed. So these are dashboards and flow control valves, which we have kept. And these are some of the important, items. The DMA flow control valve. This is a, house service connection valve, which is highly required for us to, to make it. You can see the, screens there. So before HSC and after HSC, after installation. So previously, one of the household, they were drawing 49 cubic meter of water, but the requirement itself is only 10 cubic meter of water. So which means he is using the water for he is using someone else's water. But it's unknowingly, because there is no technology to track it. So now these are some tools available, the HSC flow control valve. We have made it 10 cubic meter per day. So if this is going on, definitely, the sustainability will be it will be implemented in a great spirit. So this is the model, just 2 slides. So this is the model, this is the infinity model which we are adapting in L&T. So if you can say the baseline assessment will be done where we stand today, that is what it is done, then a network will be diagnosed. Finally, then monitoring and controlling is and O&M. So all these things, mostly around more than 60% of the process is automated. Only 40% of the process only is legwork. That is getting involved. So if we do this, then NRW 15%, which is actually a Herculean, it's a very, very high Herculean task. So but through this we are able to achieve. We have done in a couple of DMAs, which is very much successful. Now we are going for implementation all across. So integrated water management, the previous speaker has given it a very, very nice way presented, how to reuse water, why, what is the benefits. It was very much insightful. It is in the same line of aspects. And finally, thank you. Thank you so much for the
Thank you, Mr. Balaji. We can have a couple of questions to the panel here, and then we conclude. Yes, please. Please hold on some. अरे उधर दे दो पहले. दूसरा माइक इधर दे दो. हाँ. माइक चालू करके दे दो उनको.
And we heard this morning from Mr. Mahadevan, right, that the country has a service level benchmark of 20%, and reuse is something that everybody is talking about in circular economy. What is it that is preventing, when everyone understands you presented the business case, what is it that preventing reuse from happening in India? Because it's very limited as of now, right?
Yeah, that's a I would say very pertinent and relevant question ki if there are so many win-win, why it is not happening at a, big level, large level. So, in India, the sewage treatment is a municipal function, okay, and we all know the municipal finances. So they are always budget constraints, and the investments from the municipal side, they prioritize it with, first with their citizen-centric services like water supply, roads, street lights. These are more visible. This is what people would demand. Sewage is something which is flowing, in Nala. Nobody is bothered. And then sewage treatment plant investments are, they're huge investments. Not only the capital investment, but the operational cost also. So that is one big reason. Then it's a technically bit of complex projects to. Everywhere the sewage quality is different. The parameters that, my colleagues have mentioned, multiple parameters, BOD, COD, TSS, phosphorus, nitrogen, and they all differ from places to places. So you will have to customize the treatment based on the local parameters. And then you need to have, ultimately this has to be a proper business case. So with the industries who can buy the treated water, they are the best reuse consumers, okay? But then there is another paradox there. Like for power plants, because there is a policy, it's a pass-through tariff, so financially it is not burdening them, so they are now, more acceptable to this treated water. The government of India has constituted a panel now, which is monitoring reuse of treated water on power plant to power plant basis. But for other industries, in industrial areas like say Sinnar, Ozar, the nearby one, because this treated water will be little costlier than the raw water, the fresh water, okay? So there is willingness to charge from the government side, and there is willingness to pay from the industrial side, which both are the challenges, okay? So now, but the larger challenge is there is no water, okay? So everybody is dealing with this larger challenge. So now it is settling down that there is no option. Reuse is, because if you want to create a new source of water, constructing a dam, we know it takes years, and there is project affected people, land acquisition issues, environmental issues. So the sewage is already available within the the city premises. So its treatment, further treatment, and the conveyance system to the industries is much easier a solution than any other solution. So I think this is a common sense which is prevailing now, and you will see in the coming days more and more reuse projects getting implemented in India. And we are very positive on that aspect.
Thank you. One more question and we will stop this conversation.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Myself, Vamble. My question is to Mr. Balaji.
Yes, sir.
How many automatic meters are fixed in the Pune? And out of that, to how many connections it is fixed? And how many connections are charged as per the actual meter reading?
Yes, sir.
So I'm taking it is not as an average, but actual meter.
Exactly, sir. Sir, actually, if you can say, all the meters are getting read, sir. As long as, now we have installed more than 130,000 meters for now. So almost, I mean, there are some challenges, in the batteries, in the way it is getting installed. So there are actually around 12 years. The battery life is actually 12 years. So currently, if you can say out of 130,000 meters, more than 110,000 meters are perfectly, giving the data. And remaining 20,000 meters, there are challenges because we are just, installing in the below ground. So those meters, it is not communicating so easily when we do the drive-by. So there is, we should go somewhat nearby. Around 10,000 meters requires, there is another getting inside, we should go into the premises and we should be able to take it in. And then thirdly, if you can come to the other one, so other 10,000 meters, there are some challenges are going on inside the, the socio scenario. So there are some removals, all these things. Almost if we can say as a whole, 100% of the meters will get read. And if you can ask about, how much, how much is the, the repair volumes. So it is less than 2%. And even for those 2% also, where are the battery low, all these things. So we are signed a contract for more than 12 years with the manufacturer. So it will be maintained free of cost. It will be replaced. Yeah. So next, coming to the second point, how much we are paying. So currently the telescopic tariff is under the discussion. So very soon it may get implemented. So this is what is the current stand of the water company.
Yeah.
Yes.
My question was how many meters are actually bills are charged as per the actual meter. So I know the experience of this automatic meter reading. This is a automatic meter reading is just not required for the each consumer. That is we should initiate this by step. It should be initiated for only higher consumer meter. In many cases, the consumption or bills are tariff is very low, so consumption that is charged and bill is what is actually to be recovered is very less. So providing automatic meter reading to the municipal councils where there is a problem of funds is not required at all for all residential consumer.
Yes, sir. Actually,
it should be charged to the industrial or high value consumers. That is it. Nowadays, it is that is Amrut or anything. It is fixed to the peri-urban areas also.
Correct.
Automated. That is not correct, I think.
Yeah,
because it is not used at all or tariff is very low. So providing this automatic meter reading and making more load on the budget of the municipal council is not required.
Yeah, sir, you may be right, sir. You may be right, it is going to be an added cost, but it is looking at as an investment part. Because now how many meter readers can come down, there is no, for per day, because we are doing installations, manual meters somewhere also. Per day, not more than 100 meters we will be able to take it. Per person, they will not come. If you knock the door, nobody will come. You just come, go today, come tomorrow. So that was the status, So, somehow we should unlock the communication. So we are just establishing electronic communication instead of going and knocking the doors. So there are due to some Indianized challenges, so this will be a highly supportive.
I am not saying not to provide. It should be
provided
I
to
would
the
request
to discuss this issue because this is neither you or not him is responsible for implementing this policy decision. So it's no point in discussing this. So I would now conclude this session and hand over the mic to the organizers for the felicitation of the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you.
I thank all the speakers for indeed very insightful sessions. Thank you so much. And now I request Mr. Amar Supate, former Principal Scientific Officer, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, to kindly felicitate the speakers with mementos as a token of love, respect and gratitude. I request sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Satyajit Raut, Director Strategy at Vishwaraj Group. Yes, now I request you to, sir, kindly felicitate a representative from Larsen & Toubro Private Limited. And I request Dr. Dayanand Panse, Director Utility IWWA, that is IWA, to kindly felicitate Mr. Amar Supate. Thank you so much. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats in the auditorium. And yes, taking all of yours time, yes, I can. Without any break, because we already know that we are running short of time. We're already delayed. So we continue with the third session right now. And I request Mr. Amar Supate, the former principal, topic. Let's explore the diverse.
Thank you very much for giving me another opportunity to be the chair of this session. This session is regarding the effective operation and maintenance of utility assets and management. So we have the online presentation from Mr. Nicholas Wekoff, who will be presenting his presentation through online. Can we have the online? Yeah. Mr. Nicholas is the Chief Operating Officer at Suez India Limited at Bangalore. He has around 49 years of experience. Good evening, Mr. Nicholas. Hello. Whether you are we are audible to you, sir? Hello. Hello, you are not audible. Whether we are audible to you first?
Hello.
Yes, you are audible to us. Are we audible to you? Good, good.
Yes, you are audible. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Nicholas. Please go ahead with your presentation. You have 10 minutes time to present.
Okay, so let me share my screen. So first of all, very good afternoon and to everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to share what we are doing at Suez. So I hope you can see my screen now.
Your screen is not seen.
It's
can you please reshare
frozen at my end, so it's loading.
Yes, it has come.
Yes, can you see? Yes, I can see the background screen.
Yes, yes. The title slide is there. You can go ahead.
So let me give you some introduction about Suez first. So quickly, Suez is a 150 years old company with a footprint in water management, solid waste management. Excuse me?
Hello, please go ahead.
So with a long history of having an international footprint, like you can see on this map. So we have a strong footprint in Europe, but also in India, Asia, Australia, and some parts of Africa. So in both water management and solid waste management. So in water management, we are on the entire value chain of water management, so including infrastructure, construction of treatment plants, water, wastewater, desalination, and water networks as well. And also, we are an operator of water supply and water services, for which we leverage on technologies and also digital technologies. So in India, we have been active in the last 40 years. We started building numerous treatment plants. So we have a strong footprint in treatment plants. And in the recent times, so in the last decade, we developed the water services activity, so municipal water supply and sewerage management. So currently we have 9 projects of 24/7 water supply and 1 sewerage management in Lucknow under one city, one operator scheme. So this slide is I will not comment all the details of this slide. So this is just to explain that as an operator, we have a method, we roll out a method for efficient operation and management of assets. So it's based on good data management and also continuous improvement. So you can see the different colors. I will just explain why I have put different colors, because in the next slides, I'm going to highlight all the different steps under the angle of how digital can bring value. So here, you can see the digital transformation pyramid, so which is represents the different steps of digital and the value addition of those different steps. So the first step being the digitization, where you shift from paper to digital. Then once this is done, only data can be used in daily operations. So data can bring some value. And once also this second brick is implemented, then only more value can be extracted from data through artificial intelligence or advanced analytics, etc. So this is the cherry on the cake, which can be only achieved after the first 2 steps are implemented. So our method is boosted by digital for every steps, as I'm going to show now. So if you look at the first step, digitization, so in the different activities of O&M, so we leverage on digital. For instance, the first step we do as an operator is enforce health and safety culture. That's a must. That's our first priority always. And then you can see a few examples of before-after digitization. So like for mapping of assets, networks assets, or for complaint management. And also, I'm also showing activities which are not digital, so part of our method. So based on our experience, we select better material, better equipment, which is more sustainable in the network. Also, we implement systematic data collection. Again, leak repair is an example of systematic use of good quality equipment and fittings. Well, so about data, we have created a platform where we collect and manage all the data, whatever it is. So typically for the infrastructure assets, we use drone tools to collect data, to follow up, to track the progress of the construction works. And for water services, of course, we need to do some different surveys, so topographic survey, customer survey, which are all integrated in the GIS, so which we can see here on some examples. So we do, we create the parcels based on satellite images. So this is all done digitally. So we process satellite images, we draw the parcels, and then somebody goes on the field to validate the parcels using a tablet and doing the site survey. Same concept for customer survey. We do a door-to-door survey to capture the information and as much as possible on each and every consumer. So this includes not only the data of the consumer itself, but also the meter, number of people living there, etc. Same for physical assets, so visible assets. And we are able to capture all the asset information as well as pictures, which all this is included in the GIS. And so that we are able to start using this data, extract value of this data. So that is the next step, digitalizations, is use this data to enhance operations. So here a few examples again is, for instance, the classical hydraulic modeling is based on network asset data. So for that we use the external tool WaterGems, and we are able to design and to optimize network design in order to to reach the level of pressure and flow which is desired as per the standard. And to go further, we are also able to optimize the CapEx planning, so the system improvement plan, based on data analytics to be able to identify the assets which have the highest risk of failure. So this is by analyzing the history of the asset, and also we can analyze external factors, so big data factors such as typically for pipes, the traffic, or also the climate events or extreme climate events, and some inputs like that. Another tool that we
Mr.
are
Nicholas,
applying here is an in-house
conclude
tool.
in another 2 minutes, please?
Suez tool is called Optimizer. So it's a tool that enables studying multiple scenarios of network design,
Mr. Nicholas,
taking into account.
can
Sorry?
we conclude in another 2 minutes, please?
Excuse me?
Can we conclude in another 2 minutes, please?
Yeah, maybe someone can, because it's too far, I am not able to hear to understand the question.
Yeah, it's not a question. We are requesting you to conclude in another 2 to 3 minutes, please, because we are running out of time.
Okay. So I'm going faster. So we also apply digital for as-built to capture as-built activity and maintain the level of quality of data. And just one word on the last brick, which is to continuously use the data and extract, analyze the data in order to be able to take the right decisions. So one example is here to optimize the water equitability here it's Coimbatore. So this is one example. Okay, and also to be able to flag the leaks, so to pre-localize the leaks. So for that, we are working with a local startup in India. Also, another very interesting tool is to localize water contamination. So for that, we are using CCTV, so which enables a quick identification of contamination, also save a lot of time and a lot of cost. Helium leak detection, you may have heard about it. It's based on the injection of helium gas, which is used as a tracer gas, which is very efficient in the context of low pressure networks. In India, we have applied a lot. So I'm going fast on the metering. Just one word to say that we are organized, we do technology watch. So we are able at any time to identify and to know which is the best value adding technology for water utility, and without having any preferred vendor or technology, because we don't manufacture the technology, we are a user and operator, okay? So here I have quickly summarized, if of interest for you, the most value-adding applications in the local context. And just to conclude, I just wanted to say that technology is an enabler to achieve a goal, which is to deliver efficient operations. So there is no one size fits all in terms of technology. And it's the operator's know-how, which is the value addition here, and for which our customers and our partners are selecting us and praising our services. So that's it, if under time constraint.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nicholas, for your wonderful presentation regarding the next-gen technologies in water management of utilities. Thank you very much. Okay. Now I would request our next speaker, Dr. M. Satyanarayan, who is from Hyderabad, and he is Executive Director, Hyderabad Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Dr. Satyanarayan.
Yeah, very good evening to all. Before coming my presentation, I thank the organizers, particularly to Mr. Ponseji, for giving me this opportunity. My presentation covers about a couple of sub-themes of the conference, what we have given here. And being it's an international conference, just aligned the sub-themes into my particular utility, how really the utilities are struggling and progressing towards the efficient management of O&M or the excellence, towards excellence in the morning, they were saying it. Just rush through. Yeah, so just the global issues I will bring to you to align ourselves, how the utilities are to be cautious, taking the concerns about from the global issues. The universal quote, all we are aware that, water is an essential natural resource upon which all life depends. It is a fact that about 70% of the Earth's surface is covered with water, whereas only 0.01% shoots for potable water. Based on this, always the WHO and UNO, through different forums, they reminds all of us through various types of either MDGs or SDGs that all utilities have to focus on clean water for all. Through SDG 6, this clean water sanitation is there. So now here, some of the global data, just about 3 slides are there. How they are cautioning us. Like, on water and diseases, the data what they have thrown to us, it's in a public forum or universal websites, that about 2 million people consume contaminated water. Here it is about the pollution. So the previous speakers, the L&T, whatever they have detected, some equipment and all. So about 2 million people consume contaminated water, about 8 lakh children dies under age 5 years every year. So there's a big concern to us. On other scale, the health and education, if you look at 443 million school days, the children are losing it. About 32% world population, about 2.4 billion people lack water and wastewater. So its impacts I have given it here that I need not to express. The third, again, it got struck up. Yeah, the third, this is the second slide. The poor sanitation. The poor sanitation, about 81% diseases are due to poor sanitation. This is data published by the WHO and UNICEF. And children cleanliness, again, the data. It is more about the girl-child issues, where that we cannot express, but they say in for the developing countries to caution us, they express in detail. Yeah. So here, about the world economy, how much we are losing it. 40 billion work hours last yearly, about 32 billion US dollars economic benefit, the interrelated sectors. With these 4 slides of global issues, yeah, coming, how again we have to read right. In summarize, if we say, they reminds us that take sustainable action on improved access to safe water, affordable tariffs, simple water policies, and adoption of innovations. Maybe the previous speakers, all the, these 4 sentences they have kept in a different sessions, at different places, how they are going on. Now, coming to the global south, the theme you are given here is about the global south, how I don't say use the developing countries, but at least in India, how our utilities are looking at. So this presentation covers little about the sources and innovative technologies and circular economy approaches and empowering infrastructure in water and wastewater management. Yeah. This is the salient features about the particular utility. This is the Hyderabad Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Specifics audience may not require, just I'm skipping it. This is in a service area. This is an overview of the sources. Way back 1920 onwards it is there. Yeah, here it is in interventions. To achieve the sustainable goals, to have the better contamination, free safe water. So what are the little attempts the utilities can make, and what our utility, how we are struggling at this thing. This is the one. These are all IT-based, new mobile-based apps. So this is a Nanyata application. It's a water quality monitoring innovative app. So this app, the consumers themselves, they can detect if the poor quality is there. Through this, again, it comes to our database, and quick action, we can correct it. So that is one app we have implemented in our organization. Another is GEL app, Jelly Action Live. Quick grievance redressal. On the street, if any problems are there, leakages or other things, that also through mobile app, our field staff, they can capture it and immediately we can attend it. So it is a sort of helpful to the field officers. Another is the safety protocol teams and work safety measures, wherever at the site, if any accidents are there to prevent this one. This is another app we have created. It is all IT based. And system monitoring, it is a real-time data. It is a sort of a SCADA. So that system monitoring, how we are using the intervention we have. The sewer challenges and sewer maintenance and other IT-based interventions, what we are doing it here. So this Nanyata app is a small app. Maybe 0.01%, 0.1% may help, but it is very, very useful to the customer. We have a robust water quality system with us. We have a central laboratory, about decentralized laboratories, mobile vans, and chlorinator booters and all. Still, to help the people to get towards excellence, from efficiency to excellence, even 1%, we have focused and we did a lot of work on this, and we provide the test kit to the vulnerable people, and they are checking. If the poor quality is there, automatically it comes to our database, and the field officer and the manager can correct this action. So this is a small app, this mobile app, the Nanyata app. It is very implementable. If any small unity and municipality also, they can copy it and they can use at their respective places. Yeah, this is another. We have again Metro Customer Care, round the clock it works. For the last 30 years it is working. We have a toll-free number 155313. At any time we have outsourced people are doing it. In spite of having such a 30 years proven, tested system is there with us, still we have given this app. On the road, when our lineman goes, immediately he can take a photograph anywhere leakage. It comes to the database. This is an additional information, internal system we have. This is again, this is Jelly action lever, no chlorine, valve leakage, pipe leakage, and etc. This is called an IT-based intervention towards the effective management of water supply system towards achieving the goal of the SDGs. Yeah, this is another app, safety protocol teams. So recently here and there in the work sites, we have across the cities, number of water supply leakage works and sewerage works will be taking place. So the road pedestrians users, sometimes they're getting in accidents and all. So here the work site safety is a public safety. In the agreements we have a very, very standard things are there, all sort of penalties we can levy it, and we can blacklist the contractors, and all systems are there in place. But in spite of that, again, we have brought a small intervention, IT-based intervention is very effectively working. So we have a separate SPT vehicle. In that, one vigilance officer, one engineer, and another person will be just there, drive it, and all works, whatever they are there, they are just geotagged. After going there, if the work safety measures are not in place, immediately a sort of a penalty system, alert systems will take place. This is all about the various screenshots about this SPT safety protocol teams. Entire what I'm saying is that little intervention, little IT-based intervention, how the maintenance effectiveness can be improved. That is the idea. Yeah, this is in a SCADA. This is also there from since 2010 in our metro organization for entire transmission system bulk water management under the JNURM we installed, and very perfectly working. And here also very regularly we are updating this. These are all skips, just I'll skip it, the various components, and this is a dashboard IVR sale company executed way back in 2010. All reservoirs, wherever it is there, simply we know information on real-time database. Yeah, this is another robotic sewer crack. From HAL scientists, retired scientists, we have invited them. So the various rocket science you have, and HAL also personally, myself and our MD, were visited. Why didn't you provide some technological based equipments to the sewer maintenance? And they have designed this a sort of a robotic cleaning mission. So it is, any hardened material in the sewer, whether trunk sewers or the small sewers. So this machine, it has got different cutting blades, and we have paid 40 lakhs to that scientist, and it is an indigenous. We are not procured from outside. Successfully, they have prepared and they have manufactured and given us, and it is working with us. This is another innovative intervention in the sewer chokage maintenance. We have many jetting missions, hydraulic missions, all the things, but this is a new kind of the things what we have procured, and it's in operation. And we have in fact told them to go for other utilities also. Yeah, here it is a sewer cleaning mission. Of course, thanks to the government of India, everywhere this manual scavenging, it should not be there, and various sort of strict measures they have given. But still, the Prime Minister office itself, they have given a call to us, to our managing director, the first in a dicky model. So everything we have hired it, nothing we have procured, and this thing. The Dalit beneficiaries and the bank financing we have given, they have procured, and we have taken on a higher basis about 60 to 70,000 per month we are paying it. Now, like that, about 200 to 230 missions we have engaged there. That means these are all innovative initiatives. Totally, it's different, non-conventional, away from routine. So this is other innovations. We have a couple of other innovations. Just I'll skip entire GIS, this Navayuga infrastructure, total mapping water supply and sewerage. We have completed and it is in place. And some of the things. This is another. This is, you know what, L&T gentleman, he was saying, Mr. Balaji, and recently we also procured this mission and water supply leak detections. We can send it through mission in the pipeline and this thing. Yeah, this self-billing app and revenue monitoring app and water quality sensors and, you know, OCMS, online continuous. We have 25 STP sewage treatment plants in place at all places for effluent monitoring, both influent and effluent monitoring. We have installed the sensors and online monitoring parameters, you can get it. Yeah, this is the third theme. In the sub-theme, it is empowering infrastructure. Whatever we do, it finally the infrastructure, the core function, if we want to have it, you know, a perfect infrastructure should be in place. So on both water supply side and sewerage side, just a couple of slides, I'll throw it. Yeah, this is again always, you know, demand supply. There should not be much deficient. There should not be much gap when we are there properly. We have, you know, from oldest sources to the current ongoing source and future sources just indicated. All you know, urban areas, you know, the expansion is the main difficulty. The geographical area, you know, every couple of years the government will notify that its service area is bigger. So that is a problem. Now the 100% sewage treatment. Here, this approach we have taken a philosophy. Why whatever the sewage generated in Hyderabad city, 100% it has to be treated. This is the motive we have taken. And I'm very happy to mention that our IWWA member, one of the active member, when at Hyderabad convention it was there, Mrs. Tony, she came here. She was preparing this sewage treatment master plan. So we have arranged the felicitation to her through our chief guest there. So I'm very happy to say that that master plan, whatever she has designed, it was in a theoretical on paper. It is in a 50% we have executed, implemented. The next, all the photographs, we'll see it here. Now, these are all the, recently she's from Pune, and husband and wife, Mr. and Mrs. Tony, they stayed with us for 2 years. They have given us the sewerage master plan in different places from 5 MLD to 320 MLD at single location. So these are all the recently commissioned location. Our Honorable Minister inaugurated with all thematic paint is totally different. These are all now in a month, in another couple of months, another 10 STPs we are going to inaugurate it. So this is a plan. This is another fecal sludge treatment plant where the outer clusters where the enough sewage is not generated and flowing. So there, this is under the CSR we got it executed, and the administrative staff college people have got it. Yeah, this is, okay, just I'll skip this couple of treatment plants. Again, this is another CIPP technology, the large trunk sewer main along the Hussain Sagar in the midst. It's a 1,200 trunk sewer main, it got collapsed, it's a sinkhole. Then we have taken this technology, cure-in pipe place, with the technology about 1.5 kilometer length. We have very successfully completed in about 3 months period. So this is, those are all under the empowering infrastructure only. This is again circular economy. The other people have told in about water and sludge and gas, how they are there. Very, very little attempt. We have made it. It's a practical attempt. Methane gas. Energon company now we have entered an agreement that whatever the methane gas at our UASB plants is generated, so we've entered, and in turn they have concluded the agreement with the HPCL and IOCL. This is a perfect arrangement. We are making it to utilize all the methane gas at this. And sludge also, the other Rashtriya chemicals and fertilizers. Yeah. Next again, treated water, but it's not that much really progress, but still we are attempting it, yeah, in a couple of minutes. Yeah, this is an empowering infrastructure. The water sewerage part is over and water supply. So we have on the Hyderabad side, along ring road is there. It's called an outer ring road. All around the road, just we are proposing 3,000 mm dia water supply line. It's called a ring main. So this is a TCA have given us the DPR, about 48 kilometers we have laid, and the balance length we are going to. Its object is that, you know, the entire in-city, the core city and peripheral city and outer cities, for all that, you know, all sources will be interconnected, and from this ring main, the radial mains will go to the service reservoirs and for equitable distribution. Yeah, this is the plan. It is under implementation. Yeah, this is another next for 50 years, you know. So here and there for every 5 years, you know, this source gone and that source gone, you know. Near Nagarjuna Sagar, we have about 320 TMC capacity, huge reservoir. There we have made in a plan now constructing a huge deep shaft. It's an intake well to draw the almost about 6 to 7 phases of water for future requirement. Yeah. So this is again a TCF prepared. This is the layout plan and this thing. Now about 100 meters, vertically 100 meters we have used, and different tunnels and various type of very complex structure. It is in place. It is an empowering infrastructure towards water supply. This is the last couple of slides. Even the rainwater, we have developed a very wonderful theme park. So where from other states and various CEOs and other senior IAS officers have come and visited. About 36 interventions in a small 1 acre, this thing, Bangalore first they have developed, we have seen, and we have expanded very well. Yeah. Yes, finally the Internet of Things, lot of things are there. If we use it, which facilitates remote management, hence it can be encouraged more to promote efficiencies in water and wastewater. Yeah, lastly, I'll say being a past president of IWWA, I feel quite pride that, the water and wastewater utilities in India are keen to adopt the innovative technologies in line with the vision of IWWA. IWWA is organizing this international conference here, which is guiding the utilities through 12,000 plus professionals and sustained over 15 years of strong existence across India. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Satyanarayana. Our next speaker is Mr. Dilip Sharma, who is a Senior Advancement Manager, Water South Asia from Bentley Systems. Mr. Dilip Sharma, please.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much, IWWA, for having us here. And I would say the most resilient audience is here, last session of the day, I guess, sir? Yes. Before I start, even I was in some of the presentation in second half, I saw digital twin has been a name, nowadays. So my presentation is going to be on digital twin. I'll try to finish in 15 minutes. I have 2 videos, so I want to keep it engaging, Not a lot of data, but yeah, I'm open to questions if you would like to talk about it. So the topic is, digital twin. It is a very effective tool. In fact, a transformational tool for, specifically operation and maintenance. And the way Bentley has approached it, we are going to talk about it today. Pretty trimmed off agenda. I took out the company introduction for the benefit of the time. For those who do not know about Bentley, Bentley is in India for last 25 plus years. Our product have been de facto for designing and engineering analysis of water supply network and the sewer networks. Water gems and sewer gems are the name of products, which have been there, widely used, and I'm not boasting that 99% of the water supply schemes and the sewer network schemes, that have been designed are done on our softwares. So pretty trimmed off agenda. First is what is water for Bentley specifically. Water as a whole is a very, very large vertical and through horizon as well. Second is digital line of sight, or the digital twin. That is our vision. How do we put it across? And why digital twin for urban water supply? And eventually we'll deep dive into our product, which is WaterSight, which is the digital twin for water supply network. Sorry. Yep. So for Bentley Systems, we divide water into 5 major divisions, from planning to operations and maintenance, covering the entire asset life cycle, whether it is treatment plant, water distribution, wastewater collections, stormwater network, river, coastals, and dam. We cover the entire asset life cycle from planning, from the conceptual state, from planning itself to the design, construction, commissioning, and to the operation and maintenance side. And all of this is on a foundation of digital twins, which we are going to talk in next couple of slides. Yeah, so also, just to give you an idea, we have 2 types of product ranges. One is which is called the project work, where you can do engineering analysis and design, master planning, planning analysis, physical design in the life cycle phase. And then the one which is called the daily work or the digital twin side, where you can do the effective operation and maintenance. As I said, this is where we operate. I explained in the last slide also, it's repetitive. Yep. So yeah, this is basically the slide, which I found it, on internet, talking about how we are understanding technology. So we are in a world right now where technology has outspaced our ability to understand it. And I'm not saying it, it has been said by Pew Research Center. So, you talk about mobile, there are so many features, half of them we don't even use it. Similarly, this is happening in every vertical in the digital sector. There are so much technology available on the plate right now that, we do not have a capacity to consume it. And this is where, Bentley has come up with an idea wherein, we, in water, not just in water vertical, we have digital twin for every asset life cycle. Bentley is I have to reiterate that, I'm sorry, Bentley is an infrastructure engineering software company. We have software for every infrastructure vertical. Today we're going to talk about, water and wastewater, but the vision remains the same. So our idea is, basically information is available right now in silos. And why it is happening? It is happening because, back in old days, there were files, physical documents that were available. Then we went on to Excels. And then, the advanced databases coming onto it. So we had silos of data that has been built over the life cycle, over the period of time. And due to the lack of collaboration, the approaches that we have taken, these silos have been lying, dead with us. And our objective is, is to create a digital line of sight. So basically a line of sight through which I can see all the data available with the timeliness of the access, the accuracy, and the integrity of the data. And how do we approach it? This is where, we introduced digital twin. Now, digital twin is not Bentley's technology. Digital twin is already a technology, but Bentley has been a front runner and been leading it. So digital twin in Hindi, twin means jodwa. So basically a twin sister or a twin brother, that's how we say it. It's a digital twin of any infrastructure that we built. In the water vertical, basically hydraulics is where the water planning starts from, water design starts from. This is where we pick it up from. So the basic definition of digital twin that we derive is a digital or representation of a physical asset, process, or a system, along with a lot of engineering data available, which can help us to, understand and model its performance. Not just understand, also to model its performance. And this is an ever-changing definition. This will also evolve with the help of AI and ML that is coming into the future. So these are the challenges, on the top. I'm not going to read, for the benefit of time, but we all know need of investment, the rising cost, the public image, the regulatory pressures, SDGs, and, the climate change is happening right now. Technology and innovation is one of the key, pressure that we can see because, technology is available. What to pick, that is not we are sure of. So we are in an uncharted territory, and, to achieve our goals, we have to address these challenges. We cannot go without addressing them. Now, the goals are simple, if you go to any water utility, NRW is the buzzword, we all talk about it. We all have been seeing it. We all have been reducing it also. But yeah, that is what we need to do it. Then complying with the regulations, delivering the clean water and the sanitation systems. Yeah, I was, seeing his presentation. He was talking about the NTUs, 9 NTUs of water have been seen. TDS have been so much high. So, that is also one of the objectives. If the utility is delivering water to the consumer, we have to gain their confidence. We have to, tell them that, government is working for their goods. Back in old days, I remember, I come from a very tier 2 town in India, Bareilly. There I have seen water which has been contaminated, coming absolute black from the municipal taps, And those were the days, people stopped using the municipal water and they start putting their own bore wells. Now, eventually, because of that practice, the water table has gone down, and now we are at a brink of a disaster. So, this is where we have to put our efforts in, and how do we do that? Sorry. Yeah, again, how did it happen? So basically, that's what I said, lack of collaboration, silo data, and data accessibility and quality over the period of time. The accessibility because of the different file systems, different, quality of data that was there. We lost track of it. Assets are more complex these days. Yeah, this cannot continue because of the high risk, high cost, high inefficiency, and definitely high frustration. We are sometimes get into so many systems together. So, for example, if you're installing SCADA systems these days, 10 SCADA vendor in the city, if you have chosen for 10 different projects, will give their own dashboards, own system to get their own views. But the idea is to integrate this data to make it easily available and creating a digital line of sight. So this is how we do it, We bring in digital twin approach wherein, we have interoperability, which means that different file systems can be used at one single platform. Collaborations, multiple file systems, multiple data, multiple stakeholders can come and view their data easily. Transparency, definitely when the data is available, from the bottom to the top, anybody can have the transparency of the data and the consistency of the data. So a lot of SCADA or IoTs, the real-time data that is coming into the usage, the consistency of data remains a question. So we should know which sensors are working, whether they're sending the consistent data. Are we upgrading our hydraulic models on time or not? So those kind of things are the need. And from the planning to the operate and maintenance, the entire asset life cycle I'm talking. So this is how a typical asset life cycle looks like. If you'll see, we start from a conceptualization stage. We start doing site survey. Sir was showing that it was happening in Hyderabad in his city, and then we do stakeholder engagement to do design and analysis. Then the construction is done, and then later on it has been handed over to the operations side. Now, a lot of operations people do not understand what is there in the design. They can see it, but they cannot use softwares, complex software for hydraulic modeling. Now, the idea is to create a software where visualization also becomes easier. Anybody with a plug and play, within 10-15 minutes of trainings, like on a web browser, can do that. And this is where, we brought WaterSight, which is our digital platform. So also to emphasize, government is also looking into it. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs released an addendum on 6th of March this year, talking about digital twin in the 24/7 supply or 24/7 water supply systems and its usages. And you can see the definition remains same, and it talks about the same thing, integrating multiple data sets together. Also, there is a draft manual which has already been prepared by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which is supposed to get released soon, in which the digital twin has already been there. The chapter 14, automation of the water supply system, has got all the components, how the digital twin can be built. Every detail is be given. And if you can see the NRW diagrams and how the water audit can be done, how the GIS-based hydraulic model looks like, every detail that we are going to talk about in this presentation is already been there. So now we're going to talk about our product, which is WaterSight, which is the digital twin for the water supply network. So on the left, you can see there is a physical asset, a water pipeline network, for an example, and you have data that is coming out of it. So you have different classes of data, types of data. So you have engineering data where you have specs, drawings, you have manuals, you have OEM specs, and then you have operations data, live data that is coming from SCADA, that is coming from IoT, cameras everywhere. And then you have information data, which is like, your laboratory information management system, your work order, your maintenance. So we can club all this data on a digital twin and give you these 4 basic categories of insight. One is operational insight, where you can see your daily operations, maintenance planning, emergency preparedness and response system, and from the asset management perspective, capital planning is also there. On a network, we can tell you that these are the pipelines, these are the number of pipelines, this is the length of the pipeline, which are supposed to be, get changed. And with 2 algorithms, likelihood of the failure and the consequence of the failure, 2 algorithms which we use. So likelihood of the failure is an algorithm where, if the thing is happening again and again, failures are happening, it will predict accordingly.
Dilip, we need to close down this session. Another meeting is going to start.
Oh, okay. So what should I do, sir? Should I wind it up?
Please try to conclude.
Okay. So just give me last 2 minutes. I'll do it. It is also the repeated slide. I just wanted to tell you the different kind of data set it uses. And on the right, if you'll see that blue strip on which the outcomes are there, and then the feature level are there. Real-time modeling, tank reservoir, your IWWA water loss diagram, everything is there. I have a video which I wanted to play. If you can play it, this is 2 minutes. And then, if you want, we can conclude it. Or there are 2 videos, actually, 1.5 minute and 1 minute. So we can play that. Can you play the video? So this is the WaterSight live hydraulic model. It can give you modeled versus SCADA, which means design versus their actual results. You can see live where is the water flowing. If you have a 3D context of your city, we can immerse it into that model also. This is an operational response event where a pipe burst has happened. We are doing a simulation here. So because a pipe burst happened, these customers have been affected. Now we have shut the valves to take care of it. Because of that, more customers have been affected. You can get their tag names, ID, addresses on the right, absolutely. So you can do the advisory. Here we are isolating the pumps, from the source. So pumps have been shut down. Because of that, these are the customers who will not get water. We can evaluate system storage here. This is in terms of network monitoring. You have DMAs, so you can monitor how balanced your DMAs are, how they're performing in terms of the live data and the bands. These are machine learned bands which are telling you this is how your system should perform. We can do forecasting up to 1 week also here, how your system will perform in terms of pressure, in terms of flow, in terms of level.
How much time did you take?
It is 2 minutes basically. The video is 2 minutes 30 seconds. This is the anomaly detection, so once an anomaly has happened, it will predict in the future. If it is one time, you can simply mark it as a bust and this will happen. This is the water audit. You have seen that in the water manual. It's the exact diagram that we're using. It is an International Water Association diagram. So with the help of the consumer billing data, we can also tell the non-revenue water, zone-wise, time-wise, line-wise.
Okay, thank you.
So the conclusion, there are many things which you can get out of a digital twin, but what I thought of was capital planning and improvement, where you can do forecasting, you can narrow your funding gaps, you can improve your operation and maintenance with the help of reducing water loss and energy cost, and then improving your resilience and response system, to proactively avoiding the conflicts and quicker and more effective response. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to finish early, but thank you so much. There was another video for you. These are my contacts. If anybody would like to get in touch with us, we would be happy to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers and thank you to the audience for having a patient hearing. Of course, this was a too short time to give the justice to the speakers with their vast knowledge and experience. But having the time constraint, we'll have to finish in time. Thank you again to the organizers from my end also for giving me this opportunity. And I would hand over the mic to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was really an uplifting and productive day. And I now request Mr. Amar Supate to kindly felicitate the speakers of this session with a memento as a token of love, respect, and gratitude. So first, I request you to kindly present the memento to Dr. M. Satyanarayan, Executive Director, Hyderabad Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Next, I request you to kindly felicitate Mr. Dilip Sharma, Senior Advancement Manager, Water South Asia, Bentley Systems, India. Thank you so much. I thank all of you, all the sincere thanks to all the speakers, panelists, and all the delegates for making this conference a great success. We hope you have gained valuable knowledge and made important connections during the day. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow again, but there is an important announcement before you leave. So I request the speakers, those who are there for tomorrow's session, if you could kindly submit your presentations to the console over here, to avoid any kind of inconvenience tomorrow. And there is one more important announcement that all those who wish to join for dinner, so the buses will be waiting for you downstairs and the buses will leave from this venue at 7:15 p.m. Thank you so much. Thank you once again and have a nice day. See you tomorrow.